Hello and welcome to Dicebreakers, a D&D podcast and stream with mostly accurate rules and inconsistent character voices. I'm Alex, your host and DM, and with me are Greg, Putty, Mark, Simon, and Joe, my wonderful players. How is everybody doing today? It's so great to say every single one of your names with nobody late. And at the beginning, that's the start.
Perfect. Wouldn't have it any other way.
Exactly. Wouldn't expect it to be anything else. So before we do get into the actual meat of C3, I do want to bring up, I have brought it up before, but bring up a couple of new things that we're introducing, i.e. the new rules, and then also something else. So we've got the sacrifice rule, which I have said to all of you, except for possibly you, Joe, because you may not have been the one there. Where effectively,
I'm hearing this for the first time. So this will be my live reaction.
At the end of every campaign, we choose one player to be a blood sacrifice to the old god.
This campaign is a battle royale. So effectively, you can sacrifice yourself for another person in terms of taking the damage during a battle. So it works against physical and magical attacks, melee ranged, or a DC save. If you're within 10 feet of another party member, just open the Pepsi. Do you want to just go for it?
I forgot. I thought you wrote that. I'm really sorry. And then I looked over and saw I wasn't muted. I was like, shit!
If you're within 10 feet, if you do the sacrifice before the outcome of the attack is known, you'll take full damage instead of the potential target. If you decide to do the sacrifice after the outcome is known, so you know it's hitting your friend, you'll take it as a critical hit. So eventually, it's not something that is encouraged. You're not going to always want to do it because it's just easier that way. It is technically worse for you, but if you want to jump in front of someone who's going to die, you can do that within 10 feet. So that's the whole point of that. It's literally the sacrifice roll. You take the damage within 10 feet.
It's like Barty's protective bond.
Exactly.
A little less useful.
A little less useful, and you will take more damage. Just to clarify as well, if you do it when you don't know the outcome of the attack, I don't then roll, and then you see if you take the damage. You just will take the damage. The roll is negated, and you just take the damage.
So everyone's backup character is a bear totem barbarian then.
Yeah.
We're all just gonna use one big health pool of shared points. Okay, cool.
It's a narrative device, Joe.
Another one that we're bringing back, but Joe, you weren't around when we kind of used it before, is a crit train, where effectively, if you roll a natural 20, and only a natural 20, not a critical, because I know some classes you can get criticals and other things. If you roll a natural 20, you have the option, well, you would always take it, but you can roll your dice again, and if you get another natural 20, you get to add on again all the dice damage, and you can keep doing that until you don't get a natural 20. Now, obviously, the chances of you training up, 4 or 5 20s is extremely low, but it just means there is a chance of you getting like an ultra combo wombo super duper damage, and of course it means I can do it against you guys if that ever happens. But it's called a crit train. I can't remember where I got it from. It was from a different podcast, and I love the idea and I love the rule. I will remind you at the time because I'm sure you'll forget, but it's great.
I shall promise it.
And is that a thing that we just do, or do we have to do something for it?
No, so effectively, if you are attacking and you roll a 20, you can then roll the dice again to see if you get another 20. Any other number, nothing happens.
So it's not a gamble. It's just you get a 20, roll again, see if you get another one, and if you don't, you still had a natural 20. Okay, cool.
In game, it's like if you're hitting in just the right spot or doing like a really good combo, you've just hit the right button combination in Tekken, and you do some sort of fatality. It can be really cool.
Naturally, the only ones that'll get that are Mark and Alex.
Correct.
The only other thing is the biggest retcon that I'm ever going to do in the entire of Gel, which is any time in C2 that a language was mentioned is being retconned for an entirely new set of languages that I have made for the entire Gel, which all of you guys already know. You've changed it on your character sheets and all that kind of stuff. But it is a huge retcon, and in the future, languages will be referenced to the new languages, and
we just gotta know.
And you'll just go along with it. I have a big file. I've sent you all the file, which has all the languages in it, so it's not going to be too bad. And that's all of the sort of admin stuff, I guess. Any questions?
No, but I want everyone to praise how clever I am for hiding the character art on the screen.
Yes, so we also have a new stream art, which is extremely wonderful. Part of it is mine. Only the small part, that little circle next to me there. Yeah, that's mine. I made that. I'm happy.
Paddy, you're
Okay.
muted. Oh no, we can't hear you, Paddy.
Yeah, you're both muted and also pointing at nothing.
Yeah, no, so that bit there, when it turns up, there's parts of that is me, and that's it.
Okay. Are we ready to do...
Nope.
Oh, okay. What are we waiting for? Homeboy.
Craig, fuck off. I'm ready. I want to get going.
She's gonna explode!
Oh, one more admin thing. We're also streaming on Glamesh now. We're double
We do
streaming.
also stream on
Yeah.
Twitch.
Oh, cool.
And I know what that is.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a
It's
different
an
streaming site.
amazing streaming site.
Multiple sites. Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go. Put on like the sort of calm music. I think that's a good place.
We're
to
in the
start.
calm playlist, bub.
Then let's stick with it. I haven't done like big long talkings for a while. So
Big long talking.
Big long talkie.
here we go. And please, like, genuinely no interruptions in these things because it's
Mhm.
quite a flowing thing. So, the suns are usually shining high above the city of Glad of Fair. But this morning, the clouds have taken their place blocking the sun, leaving a shady and overcast imprint on the streets. We see two figures standing in front of a rather large house. The first is a Triton woman, standing tall with a body that shows the muscles and form of a fighter, seemingly reaching the end of her prime. The second is a smaller Vidalkin boy, evidently just past his adolescence. The Vidalkin is standing tall but is obviously nervous about something with a furrowed brow. He stands next to a large pile of suitcases and bags which, one by one, are being loaded onto a cart by two elves. The Triton woman speaks up, calling back towards the house. "Come on, Reflin, you're going to make your son miss the airship out of town." We hear a second voice coming from within the house, a male voice. "Yes, yes, dear, I'm coming. The door of the house slowly pushes open as an elven man walks out from behind. He is tall and slim and staring through his half-moon glasses at two small pieces of paper in his hand. "Sorry, Cassie, I managed to misplace the airship tickets." He turns to the Vidalkin boy. "Carly, my boy, are you ready to go?"
Dad, I'm ready to go, I think.
"Well then, get in the cart, we have a long trip ahead of us."
Right then.
The scene changes to the deck of a gigantic airship held in the air by two enormous Zephyr-class balloons. Carley is leaning over the edge looking down at the sea below, whilst his father, Reflin, sits in a chair once more looking down through his glasses, this time at a newspaper. Reflin looks up at Carley and pauses for a second before saying, "Are you okay, my boy?"
Well, I'm a bit nervous. It's a bit strange. I never left the lesson before.
"Well, it's a big world out there for sure, yes, but it's going to be all for your future."
I suppose so. I'm sure it'll be great.
The scene changes once again, this time to a large corridor with uniform doors on both sides. The large pile of suitcases and bags are back, stacked outside the door, and Reflin and Carley are standing just outside. Reflin speaks. "Right then, here we are, the start of this chapter of your life, eh? Now don't be shy, remember what I taught you. Elm and Flint will always be by your side. Through happiness and through strife, you'll never truly be alone. Remember to face what comes next with a brave heart and a smart mind. That way you will never fail." Reflin opens the door for Carley and says one last thing before he enters. "Make us proud, son."
I'll do my best, Dad.
You step into a fairly large reception room, roughly square in shape, with only a few pieces of furniture in view, and 6 doors around the sides, excluding the one that you came through. The walls are made of a lovely light wood, with a thicker dark wood trim, and some angled supports placed every now and again. On 2 of the walls there are large windows which are showing images of the outside city, and letting in a nice amount of sunlight. These windows are a curious sight, as the building is obviously made in such a way that this room would not have windows that are able to see the outside world, leaning to the assumption that these windows are magical in some way. Directly in front of you are 3 sofas, in a dull grey colour, surrounding a couple of dark oak coffee tables. Behind these sofas is a large wooden dining table, with 8 fancy chairs placed around. If you peek into the rooms around the sides, you'll see that 4 of them are identically sized bedrooms, all with a double 4-poster bed, wardrobe and desk, and ensuite. One is the same but slightly larger, and the last is a communal shower room and bathroom. There you go.
Yeah, excellent. Okay.
Moving on. We see the inside of an apartment made up of a lounge and kitchen combo with a small second room with a bed. The decor is simple and evidently not personalized, giving the correct impression that this apartment is rented rather than owned. We can see a view of the bustling city of Corsia out the window in the dark of morning as the suns are barely risen in the sky. There is one figure standing in the main room looking around at what is no longer theirs. They are obviously a halfling, shown by the small stature, wearing a long brown coat and a flat cap, with a few tightly packed bags at their feet. Their face is gaunt and withered, but not with age. The wrinkles that present themselves are of wear and tear, or perhaps some magical affliction. There's a heavy knocking at the door, accompanied by a muffled voice. "Come on, Cromwell, I haven't got all day. Got to get the apartment ready for the new tenants before midday." You're muted.
Cromwell has a sore throat. We can't hear him.
Yeah, I'll just having a look around. Just before I go, I'm coming.
Cromwell lets out a deep sigh with a little smile and picks up the bags on the floor and makes his way over to the door. He opens the door, showing a rather portly elf wearing an oversized, wrinkled white shirt with a few buttons undone and blue jeans, revealing some of his hairy belly. He has deep bags under his eyes and a worn, wrinkled face, playing with a toothpick in his mouth. There's a small name tag on his shirt that reads, Ardman Giuseppe. He speaks. "You're ready to go. I have the cart ready round back for you. It'll take you to the university."
I'm good to go. Thanks for everything, and I'll probably drop in or something if I'm in town. See how you're doing.
All right, well, good luck. I know it's a scary time of your life.
Yeah, it's we'll see how it goes. Just think of me every now and then. I hope I'm doing well.
I'm sure I will. The scene changes to a horse and carriage traveling its way across the cobbled streets of Veluna. The carriage is simple in appearance, all made of the same light wood with minimal extra decoration. There's a figure up top guiding the horses, humming gently to himself. Inside, we can see the same gaunt halfling staring out the curtained window at the passers-by, watching the normal chaos of the city go past, without a care in the world, the same small smile as before on his face. It isn't long before the carriage pulls up to a very large building, evidently an apartment complex of some kind. The driver of the carriage gets down from his high position and removes the various bags and sacks from the storage at the back, leaving them on the floor. The door of the carriage opens as Cromwell makes a graceful jump down to the floor, disturbing the dusty ground with his heavy boots. He walks over to the bags as the carriage departs and awkwardly lifts them all, grunting and wheezing at the weight of everything he has to carry. We watch him waddle over to the building and struggle his way up the flight of stairs before eventually, and finally, making it to the same door we saw earlier. Cromwell takes a deep breath as he opens up the door to his new home. You see the same flat that has been described as before, except you can hear the muffled sounds of bumping and scraping as if someone is unpacking in one of the rooms.
Hello?
Hello? I'll come. Which room did I choose? That's the question. Did I choose the big room? Yeah, I choose the big room if I got there first. Why not? Lucky old me.
From the door that is almost opposite the one you came in, Cromwell, from the door comes a Vidalkin, which you are aware of the existence of, but it is a curious sight as it is quite a rare species. You would probably know that a Vidalkin is not in its right, its own race. It is in fact the mixture of two different races. Two particular ones being an elf and a triton.
Welcome. I've only been here a few minutes myself. My name's Cal. How are
Great.
you?
My name's Cromwell. It's nice to meet you. Is it just you here, or are there other roommates here?
No, yeah, it's just me. Do you want to hand with those bags? It looks a bit.
I would super love a hand with these. Thank you.
So I'll toddle over and with some.
They would actually be like pretty light probably for you.
I'm not very strong.
Neither am I.
Okay, I got it.
Oh, thank you. Are they all the same? Because I'll just take.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, I'll take. I'll just poke my head in. Is there any difference between? Well, I'll poke my head aside from the one obviously that he's come out of.
Other than orientation, no, they have the same amenities and pretty much the same size.
Cool. In that case, I'll just take the one next to my new friend's place.
Sure. So you have, in fact, actually, the one that is next to is directly to the right of that. I do have a map that I think I've shared with you before, but
I'll take that one on the right then.
Right. And to not leave everybody out for too long, we shall move on. Thunk, thunk, thunk. We hear the sound of a ball bouncing in a game of single-player catch. There's a tiefling girl dressed in a goth-esque clothing laying on her back, throwing a ball at a marble wall. The wall is decorated with fancy patterns and shapes inlaid with gold and other precious metals. Looking around, it seems we're in an entrance hall of some kind, humongous in size, evidently a product of large amounts of wealth. Outside the entrance, in front of the house, we can hear a voice, feminine in nature, but stern and demanding. Blurth, I don't pay you to stand around. Either get to work packing the bags into the carriage, or start looking for another job. I've far too much to do today to have to deal with your incompetence. Where the hell have the girls got to? They're going to make us late. Beatrice? Beatrice? Yes, dear, I'm talking to you. Go and find Maisie and Neva, and do it quickly. We hear some footsteps clacking across the hard marble in the direction of the tiefling girl on the floor. A figure emerges from a nearby doorway, a human woman wearing a maid's outfit, a simple black dress with a white apron over top. She has a round face with rosy cheeks and walks in with quite the urgency. As she approaches the girl on the floor, she speaks. Oh, Maisie, dear, what are you doing? Gotta get going, the carriage is almost packed. Right, have you got everything you need? You know your mother won't appreciate having to bring anything later in the year. I certainly won't want to be the one who has to tell her. Go on, get out front before your mother loses her lid. I'm gonna go find Neva.
Got everything that matters. I'll be right there.
The scene changes to an impressive library with walls tens of feet high filled with bookcases, overflowing with books, both old and new. There is a tiefling girl dressed in smart school-style clothing leaning over a desk covered in books. She has 2 books in her hands, one in each, and is looking back and forth as if struggling to decide which to bring. We hear the creaking of a door echo through the library and a familiar clacking sound of Beatrice the maid coming towards this tiefling girl. Oh, Neva, there you are. We're looking everywhere for you. We have to get going. Your mother is very insistent we leave before the work rush. What are you doing anyway?
I can't decide.
Oh, Neva, you know we can't take them all. Just pick the ones that are most important and let's get going. I'll meet you out front by the carriage. Don't be tardy now.
Fine.
The scene changes once again to the front of the house. We can see that it is, in every definition, a manor, gigantic in size and extraordinary in design. There is a carriage parked out front with fancy embellishments and a family crest painted on the side, ready to be led by 4 strong horses. Standing in front of the carriage are the 2 tiefling girls, Neva standing smartly and Maisie leaning back against the door with a look as if she would rather be doing anything else. Stood in front of them are 2 figures. One is a tiefling lady, thin and tall, with high cheekbones and a stern look on her face. The other is a short and portly tiefling man with chubby cheeks and a rather impressive grey moustache above his lips. The man speaks. Right, yes, I think that's everything. Now, girls, be good on the trip. I don't want to hear any nonsense, okay? Your mother and I will give you a call when you're at the university. We'll be busy during the day looking after the winery, so if you need anything, keep it in mind until we speak later. The teleportation has been booked under Montgomery Cartwright, so just tell them that when you get there, there'll be a carriage at the other end waiting for you. Now come on, no dilly-dallying. We watch as the scene changes to the inside of a carriage with the forests of South Floari passing by at a reasonably slow pace. The 2 girls are sat inside alone, Neva with a book that seems to be a diary in her hands, writing eagerly, and Maisie, with her cheek resting on her hand, pushing her face up into an amusing and non-flattering position. You can talk if you wish.
Thought they would have at least come with us on the trip.
Are you surprised that they didn't?
No, but it would have been nice.
They'd never do anything like that for us.
The scene changes for a final time to the outside of the apartment. Maisie and Neva are standing in front of the door with a gigantic pile of cases and bags behind them, and 2 very exhausted-looking porters who seem to have just carried everything. You open the door and see the sight of the inside of your new apartment, with 2 figures sitting on the sofas, chatting.
Oh,
Roommates.
hello, welcome.
Hey,
Hello, who are you?
My name's Cal. I'll get up and walk over. Do you want to hand with your bags?
Oh, please. I don't know if I could carry this all.
I'll take my base, but everything else, yeah, that'd be great help. Thanks.
Well, just choose a couple of rooms then. What are your names?
You're muted again, Joe.
Maisie.
Neva.
Hi, I'm Cromwell. I'm gonna try and help, but I might not be that useful. Sorry about that.
We can do it between us, don't worry. Which room are you going to take? These 2 are already taken. Which ones do you fancy?
Oh,
Peek in them.
are there any next to each other?
I'm not super attached to mine. If you want that one.
So as you look at it, the 2 that have already been taken are the ones directly opposite the entrance door behind the sofas. On the right-hand wall, there's 2 doors, which are 2 rooms, which are right next to each other. On the left-hand wall, there's 1 room and then the communal bathroom.
Maybe should we take these ones?
Yeah, I mean the rooms are all a bit small, but at least they'll be next to each other.
As long as we're close, I don't care.
Alright.
Can I quickly ask? Are you 2 very obviously related in terms of your facial features, or do you look different enough that you wouldn't know straight away?
It's probably pretty obvious.
Yeah, I'd say it's obvious.
We're both pink tieflings of like around the same height. And yeah, similar facial features. Macy's just got a lot of dark makeup.
And Neva's got very in your face, like cottagecore type makeup.
Are you 2 related? Eh?
Yeah,
Sisters,
she's my sister.
Oh, that's nice. It's good to go somewhere with someone you already know. It's great.
I wouldn't be here without her.
Maisie, which one was your room?
I don't really care.
Well, I'll
take
take
this
it
one.
This one. Yours, yeah. So I'll start heaving some of the bags into the room.
They are very heavy and obtuse.
Yeah, there is compared so Carla, you would have thought you'd had a lot of bags, and you did have a fair few. Compared to that, it's just you carrying like a day sack. There's just so many suitcases and bags just piled in the entrance, blocking the door completely.
I'm sure there's going to be enough room for it all.
10 minutes just to get it all in the room.
I'm sure we'll find somewhere for them.
I tell you what, Cromwell, why don't you put the kettle on or something? We'll have a cup of tea with these bags inside.
There's no kettle. There's no kitchen in this place.
I thought oh no, there isn't.
There's no kitchen. There is a big table, but there's no kitchen.
I didn't bring a kettle with me, Cal.
Surely you can just ask someone to bring us some tea, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you go see if you can find someone then,
who's
and
the maid
we'll
round here?
with the bags.
Who do we get a maid?
No idea.
Do we not
that-
get a maid?
Maybe that was something you had to bring from home. If that is something that you have.
I would have actually
I think they've already left, actually. Shit.
Your maid is also your driver?
No,
she's
no.
a nanny.
Okay, like a goat.
No.
No?
No? Okay.
No, I think they mean like a sort of a carer, like a child's looks after the child.
Sure, right. Okay. Oh, so you guys are pretty young then. You must be crazy smart to be like come in here.
I didn't take the written test. I took the physical test.
Oh yes, I've heard about that.
I mean, we're not that young.
Oh, how old are you? Well, if you don't mind me asking.
17.
18.
That's a reasonable age. Right, you're not quite sure how the ages work. Are you all tieflings, are you, I think?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm I've forgotten how old I am. 50-ish. But I'll tell you in a minute because I got it open because I knew I was going to do this. 30. I'm 30 myself, but if for my species, we mature a bit more slowly, so I'm sort of the same place in my life as you are.
Same maturity.
How about you, Cromwell?
Me? That's how old I am, which I have to check because my internet has been cutting in and out a little bit. Sorry.
That's how old I am. Yes.
That's older. I would just say I'm 30. They're 17.
And 18.
Yeah,
Eva is
I'm older.
year older.
And you're some other age, possibly.
Who, Cromwell?
Yes, Cromwell.
Okay, I couldn't tell you were
I
Cromwell.
think they're a bit sleepy, so
Oh,
I think
let them
does he
take a
always do
nap.
this?
You get a
Hello?
sneaking
Hi.
suspicion that they're 20.
Hello? Am I
Oh,
back?
hello.
You're back.
Yeah, I think
Like,
you fell
I don't
asleep
know
for a
what
bit.
happened to my connection to the world there. I just kind of checked out a little bit.
I would say jet lag, but you're literally just from Cortia. So.
Yeah,
How-
I've traveled from like really far away from me, so I'm just not
Oh,
used.
where have you
not used
travelled
to it.
from?
Oh, I've come all the way from Cortia, so it's a
But
good long
that-
journey.
Cool.
That's
yeah,
good.
that's the
That's
capital
only a
city.
few hours away, isn't it?
Yeah, it's hours away.
Oh, that's interesting.
We came from
Interesting,
Fluari.
Yeah, we're from the other side, of the world.
I'm going to cut in to do the last one of these.
No.
It's been very
Yeah.
unfairly, but
I know the excitement
I,
from it.
Sorry, Darren.
I think someone asked me how
That's
old I was. Say 20 was the
I'm
result.
gonna go unpack.
I'm used to being ignored in D&D, it's fine.
No, you're just being...
Just standing uselessly on the sidelines. Like I always
You're
do.
still here.
Come on. We are standing in the middle of what can only be described as the most majestic and breathtaking cathedral in the whole of Carmanthia. The ground is a pale marble with a gigantic image of an unknown figure, probably one of the new gods, with gold edging and speckled jewels throughout. There are multiple golden pillars running along the length of the room that support the astounding mural covering the ceiling above, that depicts the scene of an Asimar pointing out his finger to touch that of some god. At the end of the room is a large stained glass window, which again depicts the figure of this god, which lets through a flood of light from the suns that makes the multiplicitous jewels and gold lining shine and refract. We see two figures standing near the stained glass side of the room, in front of a row of fancy golden chairs, almost thrones. The figure on the left is an Asimar, standing tall and to attention, eyes forward, arms to the side, dressed in fancy armor, evidently waiting for something. The figure on the right, however, is leaning over on one leg in an apathetic stance, evidently bored from this wait. This figure is a Leonin, a lion-based humanoid native to the northern arid landscape in the north of Ferrum Major. The two figures stand waiting for upwards of 10 minutes, the Asimar standing rigid and tall whilst the Leonin looks around back and forth, fiddling with the bracelet on his wrist, making noises with his mouth in boredom. Eventually, the giant doors the opposite end of the room to them open with an echoing boom, and a figure starts to walk up the length of the cathedral. He is also an Asimar, but much older, wearing large plate armor that appears to have never seen battle. He has a stoic look on his face as he walks towards the two original figures and eventually passes them to take a seat on the throne in front. He pauses for a second before talking to the younger Asimar. Berin Pallas, second son of Rheus Pallas, I, Galerius Teus, give you the honor of the Order of Cloves and the cachet of our savior Beris to keep you safe in the dark and to keep you vigilant through the widespread evil that plagues the lands of Gel. May you go forth with righteousness and gain the knowledge of those before us to gain insight of how to cure this world of sin. Galerius takes a golden chain from the side of his armor and attaches it to the armor of Berin in two spots, on the shoulder and around the waist, before stepping back and giving a bow of his head, which is returned by Berin. Galerius then turns to the Leonin and stares at him in the eyes for a second before speaking. Samir Maristus, first son of Pastus Maristus, may you stay honored to your oath and not stray from the path given to you by our savior Beris. May you gain the knowledge of those before us to gain insight of how to cure the unknown sin and return with glory and pride. Galerius then looks to both of the figures. Now, both of you have very important tasks ahead of you. I trust you will be able to complete these tasks with the greatest of prowess. You'll be traveling together to the university. I have a carriage waiting outside. Your things have already been loaded. The scene changes to the inside of a very fancy carriage, lined with gold with silk curtains around the windows. The two younger figures from before are sitting opposite each other, in much the same positions as before, Baron sitting up, straight, looking vigilantly out the window, Samir slouching down, making bored noises. As they pass over the green pastures of Ferron Major, it becomes increasingly obvious that Baron is becoming frustrated by the noises being made by Samir, with his eye twitching every time a noise is made, until he eventually speaks. You know, if you spent half as much time on your studies as you did trying to formulate ways to aggravate me, you might actually find yourself to be useful sometimes. Lord knows how you managed to pull this feat getting into the university, but I'd be willing to bet that they'll kick you out within the week.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're both here. We're both same carriage, same university. Whatever I'm doing, I'm clearly doing all right.
Baron scoffs and then goes back to staring out the window, this time with a frustrated scowl on his face. The scene changes once more to the familiar sight of the corridor in front of the dorm room. This time there is only Samir, with Baron nowhere to be seen. Samir is surrounded by bags and cases and has to step over one to get to the door to open up to his new abode. And, of course, you opened the door to see the same scene as before, with four figures sitting around a table in what I assume is jovial discussion.
3 figures, and then one also occasionally flashing in and out of existence.
And now with character art.
Yeah.
So for the four of you, of course, a door opens and this very tall, very big Leonin walks in.
How tall?
It's about, what do we have, 6'3", 6'2"? I can't
Yeah,
remember.
we haven't actually described ourselves.
No, I was going to get to that next.
Yeah.
In fact, actually, who is ready? Who would be first and most prepared to describe their aesthetics?
I am prepared. Should
I'm
I
also prepared.
stay connected to reality?
Fair enough. Then we'll start with you, Jim. As you sit around the table, you do like a slow camera pan to see all of the different figures. Although I imagine if you're sitting at the table, you just sort of see, your head.
It's like the
Would
freeze
you like to
frame.
describe yourself?
It's like the freeze frame camera going around the room as Samir walks through the door. Like everyone's like.
Would you like to describe how Cromwell looks in a bit more detail than I already have?
Yeah. So Cromwell.
Do you want me to put a photo in there?
Yes. So that's on the stream now. If people want to have a look, very kindly and very skillfully drawn by Greg. So Cromwell is a halfling. Now, most halflings, if you've seen them before, sound about like 3 foot tall. Cromwell will probably come in at just under like 2.5 foot. He is like he's tiny, and he looks, as Alex said, kind of quite gaunt. He's very, very thin, like rake thin, and does have some kind of like lines on his face, which kind of gives him a little bit of an older cast to kind of glance at him. But he is, like, if you spend a little bit more time looking at him, he is relatively youthful, kind of at 20. So he is kind of just not long into adulthood, kind of maturing on the same kind of scale as humans. He's wearing kind of like heavy workman's boots, kind of very worn jeans, a kind of very light brown, maybe it was white at some point, but kind of obviously kind of threadbare shirt with top button undone, collar down, and a kind of long, for him, kind of brown little like long raincoat, trench coat, which is kind of rolled up a little bit to just.
I imagine that's probably actually hung up at the moment whilst you're inside.
No, probably have kept it on. Not feeling quite comfortable yet, so probably kept it on for now. Along with his like little kind of brown flat cap. His hair would be kind of black and kind of a little bit long, kind of just swept back under the flat cap, so it's kind of a bit longer at the back, but is not like mullet style. Just kind of is a bit unkempt, a bit long. And yeah, so he is kind of like he would kind of be sat up, kind of at full kind of height if he could.
I tell you what, I guarantee,
was
considering the
preceding the
university
table.
you're at, that when you sit at the table, the chair adjusts itself. Sort of the legs
Ooh.
extend a little bit just to sort of give you the extra height that is needed to appear over the table, like you could eat
On
at the table.
magic chairs.
His eyes
Not as Miami
are
he's-
brown, and his skin is quite pale, almost pallid. Other than that, that would probably be about it. Other than just kind of a heavy duty belt, just kind of cinched fairly tight. So yeah, he'd just kind of be sat there, kind of fiddling a little bit absent-mindedly, his hands together, just kind of trying to keep pace with kind of the flow of conversation, but probably not contributing all that much to it at this point. And he would then, his eyes would go wide at seeing someone over 6 foot walking.
Okay,
Definitely
to
a
go
giant.
clockwise then, according to what's on the stream, Purdy, would you like to describe Neva?
Oh, bugger.
would you like to? I mean, you can skip across.
No, I am. I'm just currently looking for her height, and I can't remember where I put it.
I think she was 5'6".
But- Yeah, I think she was about 5'6". Slightly darker shade of pink than her sister. Her horns are a lot bigger and kind of curve around her head. She had a green beret on that kind of just tucks in underneath the horns, and then you could just see strands of her blonde bob that kind of like. She's got a fringe as well that kind of just comes in between the horns and around the horns. She has hexagonal, octagonal,
How many
One of
sides?
those.
6
Hexagonal.
hexagonal glasses on. Quite dolled up with the face, more like she's got quite a bit of like orangey blush, yellow eyeshadow, and like they look like stamped on stars or flowers on her face. Very librarian, cottagecore-esque outfit, with a colourful cardigan on as usual. A necklace with like a little, what looks like a library picture on the front of it. Yeah.
Cool. Rotating round, Simon, would you like to describe Samir?
Yeah, so Samir is about 6'3", heavily built, kind of the kind of carrot build, kind of top heavy. He's got very long, lean legs, but most of his bulk is in the upper body. He has kind of light, kind of sandy blonde fur that kind of melds into kind of dreadlocks sort of in the back. Yeah, pretty much that's about it really for build. I guess he's wearing a kind of military style jacket with a bracelet on his left wrist, which he fiddles with uncomfortably.
Fair enough. Mark, like to describe Carly.
Carly. So Carly, or Cal, is 5 feet 11 inches tall, not including the crest on top of his head. He has no hair. He has sort of like a bony crest. Blue skin, very smooth and hairless. Slightly wide look to the eyes. He's sitting. Oh, he's wearing a very neat suit with a tie and a leather jacket. He looks relatively comfortable being in the company of other people, so he seems to be used to talking to people. That's it, really. What else can I say? He's sitting back, relaxed, chatting with whoever wants to chat with him.
Yeah, I think that there would be a competition for who is smarter dressed between Neva and Callie. Callie is probably more like smart, whereas Neva is more smart in the sense of like fancy.
Yeah, exactly. I'd say his dress is, I should say, he's smart. He's sort of he's not aiming to look particularly stylish. He's just tie, nice jacket, waistcoat, yeah, collared shirt, button with clips.
And finally, Greg, would you like to describe Macy?
Yeah, Macy is about 5'7", but she's wearing like 3.5-inch thick heels, heeled boots. So she's about 5'10" right now. Wearing like a black overall dress with a gray jumper underneath, and it's got like little skull embellishments on the pockets of the overall dress. Her hair is dyed teal, and you know it's dyed because it's like at the roots are starting to go back to a dark brown color. She's got black matte lipstick and like heavy eyeshadow on, and a bunch of piercings. She's got 2 in her horn, 3 in her left ear, 1 in her right ear, 2 in her tail, 1 in her nose, and 1 in her lip. Yeah. Oh, and she's got I think to most of you except Neva, an odd device on her hip. It looks like a little plastic box. And she is standing close to her electric bass guitar case while she's sitting in this main room talking to everyone.
So to go back to it then, Smith, you walk in and see these 4 lovely characters as you tower over. You are probably not like ducking through the doorway, but you've only got a few inches of space for the doorway. You are the largest person in the room for sure.
How tall do you say you are?
6'3".
6'3".
6'3", but stands very tall because there's a lot of like upper weight muscle, and with the way that Leonin are, they sort of look like they're standing on their tippy toes, which is like a very big presence.
Hello, welcome, come in. I take it you're our occupant of our final room.
Yeah, I guess so.
Good stuff. My name's Cal. What's yours?
I'm Samir.
Wow, welcome, Samir. Welcome.
I'm Cromwell. Hi. It doesn't seem fair that you don't get to choose a room. So if you want to stick your head in mine, if you decide that you like that one better, that's okay.
No, I'm good.
Well, they're all pretty much the same anyway. So
I'm Macy.
Neva.
Hi.
Well, I suppose we all get to know each other quite well over the coming couple of years, don't we? So what are we all studying then?
As everyone tends to.
Yeah, frantically click.
I can't remember.
I can't even remember where mine is.
Here's a thing where
I'm hoping Alex is going to tell me what I was studying because I've forgotten.
As this conversation starts, I'm going to give to you.
Pass out her class list.
Actually, it's one document I'm going to give to all of you. I was going to do this sort of after your introductions, but it seems like an appropriate time. It's one file called First Year Details, and it's a sort of Excel document. It's a Google Sheets document. There's multiple tabs at the bottom, and included are the sort of like year-long calendar, which only has a couple things in it, but I will update it if things aren't needed in there. But then it has each of your timetables. You can all see each other's timetables. It doesn't really matter. It has all of your timetables, which of course will be useful. It has a tab called Student Selection, which shows what each of you has selected, what subjects you are enrolled in. There's some informational ones as well. There's one which is called Buildings, which just says where each of the subjects have lessons. One called Common Subjects, which you probably won't use, but it's the ones that each of you have in common, which you can see other names on there. Don't worry about those. But actually, you know what?
Do worry about those?
Do I want to show you that one? You know what? I'm going to leave that one for now. We can get rid of that one. You don't need to see the other names, just for the fun of not seeing other names. But then the last one is a very, very big timetable, which is all of your timetables mashed into one. So it's just whatever you first look at. But that one, you have the other ones, so that's fine. So what I'm going to do is change this to copy this. At some point, I'll share it with you properly, but you should all be able to open this. And like I said, if you go to the tab called Student Selection, it says what subjects you've got. So this conversation will go a hell of a lot easier.
Thank God, because I didn't know where I'd put mine.
Oh, don't worry. I knew.
Probably in
Do you
the
know
What you in
what
particular,
I
Jeff?
shouldn't. I knew exactly what I was going to do, and actually I did know two of them. The third
I
one.
actually did.
Good.
Whoa.
Amazing.
Mostly because I'm still updating my character sheet because I've been thinking about it but not updating it.
Oh, I forgot I signed
I'm-
up for that last class there.
I'm taking history,
Oh wow.
arcane theory, and enchantment.
I'm talking about
If anyone's joining me on those.
I'll join you in history.
Oh, great.
I'm
Do
taking,
you already know a lot about history?
I'm taking history.
She knows a lot
No,
about
no,
history.
history.
Yeah.
Oh, great,
Oh, I
because
think it's just
that's why I'm taking it, because I don't know a lot about history. So I thought I would get a lot from that.
She could probably teach the class, honestly.
Oh.
I mean, I wouldn't say that.
Well, that's super helpful to have you around then. I hope that we are able to do that together if I'm struggling. And then if you're struggling, then I will try and help you. I might not be very helpful.
Don't worry, I'll always help you.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Well, I'm in history as well, which is that's really good. I know some history quite well, the area I come from and so forth. But
Oh, study group.
yeah.
What is it? Well, you said the area you come from, but you didn't.
Oh
name.
yes, sorry, I didn't tell you. No, I come from Malesdwin. It's on the sort of west. If you go across the ocean to the west and keep going, and then up a bit on the right, you'll get there. You can't really miss it.
Okay, I also don't know very much about geography, but I haven't taken that, so I'm sure we'll find a map and you can show me.
Macy will just
absolutely.
lean over to Neva and ask, "Is that the one with the monks?"
I'm not sure, you know.
Did I hear that?
Roll me a perception.
I'll
that
roll
all?
you.
First roll.
First roll is a perception. Are you guys trying to be particularly sneaky? Because you can roll a.
Yeah, first roll to be nosy.
Oh, it fits so well. Yeah, roll some stealth checks.
Maisie leans over to
Stealth
Neva and
checks.
goes, "Is that the one with the plot exposition?"
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, roll some stealth checks. just to
I'm
see how
also
far you can
sorry. Well,
Oh my god.
Let me just double check my thing, but yeah, I got a natural one.
oh
be.
no.
Okay. No, you don't even need
She's
to
really
roll.
good at history.
You,
She's
you
just
don't
really bad
necessarily
at
You
hear.
go, what, the monks?
You don't hear what. Actually, what was your roll? Do a roll because I need to.
I have done 13.
13. Okay,
Yeah.
so you just about catch Maisie saying, "Is that the one with the monks?" You fully hear. It's not whispered back. Neva does that thing where
I think
you say
so!
something, you just go, "What?" Just-
Turns out Neva's really good at history because she immediately expired of embarrassment.
but yeah, so you do hear the mask that.
Oh yes, yes, that's right. There's I come from the monastery. There's a great big monastery on the east coast of Elizabeth.
Oh, great.
My dad's a monk actually.
Oh, that's
That
cool.
sounds like we might get on.
I was a monk as well, but
Oh, no, maybe not.
I'm sort of I'm moving on to other things now. But
Wait,
Yeah, I was gonna-
Samir, was that you do or you do not like monks?
It's complicated.
you're not a monk.
Okay, no further questions then. That's fine.
That's fine.
That's okay. We don't know each other well enough to share yet.
No,
That's all
we
right.
don't.
Cal, what's your
Yeah.
last name?
My name, it's Calais, but you can call me Cal.
No,
Which
no,
either-
your last one.
Which you
My
prefer?
last one. Why?
Yeah, like, just asking.
But it's
Sorry, I'm confused. Are you asking about the name that he had before Calais or his surname?
Surname.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
it's Tar, Calais Tar.
In terms of recognition, roll anyone who wants to know if they know anything about that, roll a history, because why else would we roll for the one specific skill that is history?
Macy doesn't care.
I got a good score.
I got a 5. That checks out.
You've never heard the name, you just don't know what that is. It means literally nothing
I-
to you.
I got an 18.
And Joe?
10.
10. So the 10 and the 5. The 10, you're getting the impression that it's meant to mean something, but you just no clue. With the 18, you are pretty sure the name is recognizable for some reason. You're not quite sure where you've heard it, but you think it was in relation to the university. For some reason, that name, I mean, it might be just a coincidence. You know, you've never heard the name before, but just for some reason you think something to do with the university and that as a surname linked together in some way or another. But in terms of what you see, Kylie, most, like, all of them except for Neva a little bit, maybe a little for everyone else, just like blank stares, and Maisie just doesn't care. Maisie's probably just looking at her base.
She's actually got a pet with her that she snuck in among all the cases, because I'm pretty sure there's no pets allowed. But it's a little chameleon that she's nuzzling while you guys are talking about that.
But yeah, no one particularly reacts.
Oh, good. Okay, yes. Oh, great. Yes, yes. Anyway. Why do you ask? Not that it matters.
But I like to know people's names.
That's fair.
We're Montgomery Cartwright.
Montgomery Cartwright.
You're which one? Sorry, you're one of you is Montgomery. So you are Montgomery, and Maisie,
It's
you are
hyphenated.
No, we're both.
Montgomery Cartwright. Should I know that name? I think I do.
Why would you need so many names? I mean, I'm sure that's not something you had a choice over. So
I ask the same
guess
question
that's
every
not
day.
It's a long story.
Cool. Again, we're not really close enough to be sharing yet, so that's totally. I look forward to hopefully hearing it one day.
What about you, Cromwell? What's your second name?
It's just Beckman. Two N's on Beckman. It is a bit of a strange name. I don't really know where it came from. Some people are like, oh, I'm so and so, and my family.
Normally comes from your parents.
All this. Well, I assume from my mum. I've never really met my dad, so
That's a shame.
I would assume from her, but I never really asked because it never really seemed important. I just figured if there was something important about the name, you should have said. So, but she never did. So I assume it's like,
Yeah, it's only a name, isn't it?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Maybe I might change it. Maybe I'll be a Michael.
You don't want that.
What did you say you were?
No.
I think
It was Cartwright.
Montgomery
Cartwright.
Montgomery Cartwright. Okay, I'll remember that.
How about you, Sammy? What's your surname?
It's Maristus.
That's quite a nice name. I don't think I've come across any. You're Leonid, aren't you? I don't think I've ever come across Leonid before. Very impressive looking you are.
Thanks, I guess.
What's your specialty then? What are you studying?
Samir checks the timetable.
Uh-huh.
I guess I'm studying theology, law, and combat tactics.
Oh, combat tactics. That sounds quite hard. Good luck with that one. I'm not very good at combat myself. Theology. I'm doing theology, so I'll probably see you there.
Cool.
Do
Maybe we can help each other out, I guess.
Yeah.
Is combat tactics, is that like all encompassing, or is that like specific for, poking someone with the pointy end of a sword, or is that like naval warfare and stuff like that?
You look down at your timetable, and your piece of paper that describes the thing says it is learning the tactical methodology of the battlefield.
It's learning the tactical methodology of the battlefield. Samir he's not a reader.
So you're more like, you're like a general. You're not like, you don't fight people. You like tell people how to fight people.
Oh no, I fight people.
Oh, okay. Well,
certainly looks like he could fight me without much trouble. I wouldn't have thought.
No, great. Are you good at fighting? Or are you bad? Are you? Is it like me in history? Are you bad at fighting, and that's why you wanna learn about it to get better, or are you just already good?
I'd say I'm alright. Yeah.
Oh, well, that's a great place to start. You'll be top of the class.
No, I probably won't be.
Oh, okay. Well,
we can help you be top of class.
I like your
Well,
modesty.
you really can't. It's fine.
yeah. Well, we don't know who else is in the class yet. There might be someone who's like awesome, and we might struggle to help you to get better than them.
Well, he's,
I don't
he's
really
not
know
awesome,
anything
but
about
he is good.
combat anyway.
Oh.
Of course, if anybody wants any help with anything, I'm always willing to help, but I
Do-
can't
do
say
you-
I'm very good.
Do you already know someone in your class, Samir?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, that's handy.
Oh.
He started
You don't
That
seem
doesn't sound
happy
like a
about
good
that.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's complicated.
Maybe
That's
now
interesting.
that we're like students, if you don't like this person, if we'll reserve some judgment until we meet them, I'm sure. But if we take a kind of a beginning stance of we also don't like them because you don't like them, we should do like a prank or something.
Mm,
It's not that deep, don't.
It's not. Oh, okay.
everyone deserves the first chance.
I do like pranks though.
I will.
I may
will
do
try
it just
and-
for the shit.
Well, if
But
you're gonna do
nothing like super mean, just like a gotcha. Sometimes if it's like a mean prank, and I'm not expecting it, that might be quite upsetting. So just I'm up for a prank, but yeah, just in light spirit.
you can do what you want.
If that's not okay, that's fine. I can work on that.
Yeah.
Almost sounds like I don't have any classes in common with any of you.
Oh, what are you taking?
Movement theory, subterfuge, and psychology.
Subterfuge is a class.
What is that?
It's a class about being sneaky. I don't know.
Oh,
Do you want to look down and see the description?
No, not really. It
Fair
was
enough.
just when I tried out for the major, it was just kind of the one that they recommended based on my results I'm getting in.
Oh, that's really interesting.
I love the examiners were like, "Wow, this is a sneaky little shit."
how did she get in here? Give her a place.
That's a rule of the university. If you can just appear in the class, then
At an adventuring university, it makes sense.
Not only appeared in the class, also wrote her name down on the sheet.
Just going through, they're just like, wait a second, what the hell?
Where'd you find out what the class is? And then what it actually does?
Oh, I tell you.
So
You asked
Right,
me.
okay, do you want to look down? I was like, when you said do you want to look down, I was like, oh, look down where? What? I'm scrolling through the pages.
So Neva, what are your subjects then? I think we've covered everybody else's.
History, botany, and Theron studies.
Therian.
Theron.
Therian, surely.
Therian.
Don't think I'm familiar with that. What's Therian studies?
Did you want me to
Neva
give
looks
you-
down at the paper.
Learning
Neva
about...
won't look down at the papers. She will know it, but Purdy doesn't.
She obviously knows that it's learning about the biology of creatures in gel, outlining their behavior, habits, environments, and more.
She splurges that out.
Oh, I see. So you're doing sort of like botany for the plants, Therian studies for the animals.
Do
I love to imagine in this world, just like at times like that, like it's just an animation where Neva just goes, and then my voice just like
That's exactly what I'm thinking.
Neva, do people count as that? Is it? Well, you said creatures. Is that like every living thing, or is that like bears?
There.
Depends on what they decide to teach me.
That's a very good point, that is. Yes, very good point.
Okay, yeah, cool. I mean, that sounds really interesting. I don't think I'd be very good at that, so I'd be interested to hear kind of the Cliff Notes version of kind of what you think is interesting about it.
I'll tell
Yeah,
you what
What are
my
Cliff Notes?
my lessons are like every time I come back.
I imagine all of us are going to be quite interested to find out what the courses cover in detail.
What are cliff notes?
Cliff notes. They're sort of notes written on the side of a cliff, I suppose.
Oh.
Do you know if you know someone who like reads a lot of books and you don't read a lot of books, and they're like, oh, I like this book. It's about this, and they tell you like the really short version of that.
Uh-huh.
That's the cliff
That's
note.
supposed to be a short version, you tell them?
What? Why is it called a cliff note?
I suppose because it doesn't take up a whole cliff if you were to write it down as a note, I suppose.
Well,
Or
then surely it should be
was-
called a cliff note, then, should it?
Maybe it
Be
was
called a
someone
slate
called
note.
Cliff who came up with it, and he just wanted everyone to note that down.
I reckon, because if you're up top, you can either go the long way down or the cliff, which is definitely the short way down.
Wait, who's this? Who's this
That
speaking?
makes sense, huh?
The sound from the
You don't have a DMPC yet. You can't
just see the
interject.
headmaster stood in the doorway, joining into the
Hello?
conversation.
You have a dean, not a headmaster.
Same shit.
Perhaps it's something like condensed learning in final form or something. Cliff.
Neva, why don't you show them your book? You already kind of have some stuff written down for.
Oh yeah, yeah, guys. Do you wanna see my monster manual?
Your what?
Monster manual.
Yeah, I'd be interested. Yes.
I don't know what that is.
Oh my goodness, you are prepared.
Got all sorts about everyone.
Overly
Were we
fun.
supposed to bring things for our classes? I haven't really brought
This is
anything.
just what she does.
Well, I brought
Good.
one thing, but that's it.
You're not supposed to eat it. I mean, I know they say you devour a good book.
No, it smelled weird as I like waved it past my nose.
So it's a book about monsters. So
Yeah.
manual is word for a book. Okay, so it's a book of monsters, not a monster that is in itself a book.
It's only got certain monsters that I've picked up so far.
Oh, right. So you've been doing some research ready for the course. Good idea. Excellent idea. Yes.
Of course, who hasn't?
Well, I suppose I picked up a lot on the way. I suppose I've not really done any specific. I mean, arcane theory is one I'm really interested in. I don't really know much about that. Where I come from, there wasn't many people doing that kind of stuff.
I haven't really. I don't know if it counts as research. It's kind of like the whole reason that I'm taking that. Because is everyone here a magic person? That would be really, really helpful.
No.
I'm a magic person.
No.
Yeah, they like doing magic and stuff.
But I guess I
I would
can
love
do
to do
magic.
magic.
Yes.
Not
That's
Oh.
one reason I'm here, in fact, because my life was sort of planned out for me. I was going to be a monk, really, and then turns out I can do a few things that the other guys couldn't do. So I've come here to sort of develop it.
Oh.
Oh, okay, great. So maybe you can help explain. I was always like, oh yeah, I'd love to do magic. You know, when I was a kid, I mean, like, oh, I hear all these stories. Oh, that's so cool. And then one day, stuff just kind of started happening, and I don't really know why. So that's why I'm taking arcane theory. And he'll kind of reach into his overcoat and pull out kind of only like a few inches long. It's a very polished piece of like driftwood with some kind of crushed material compacted around one end to form a handle. It kind of hold it out like a wand because it's a wand, and he'll shoot out 4 kind of glowing balls that kind of a bit formless that kind of very quickly take shape, and there are several different colors, and they are little they look like glowing jellyfish, and they are in, hang on, I've got it here. So they are there's like a red one, a pink one, a yellow one, and a light blue one, that kind of like glowing, and they just kind of like start swimming through the air just very slowly. It's
You
like,
can just do
yeah,
that?
I could just do that one day.
I thought you
that's
either
really
had to
cool.
learn or
And
Or
I
go
also
with it.
I got the one though I was told that would like help to kind of learn and do stuff. but I don't know why they're jellyfish.
I
Kinda
mean, you don't know why
Do you not like
you made them.
jellyfish?
I mean, I've never really I have no strong feelings about jellyfish.
Perhaps they have strong feelings about you. You never know.
Oh, this is the first time I've ever seen a jellyfish.
Oh well, they don't normally like glow in these colors. I think
Do they normally float as well?
like in water. Hence the fish bit.
Yeah, I did think they'd look more like fish, to be honest.
No, I'm not really sure where the fish part comes from. If it's not that they just live in water normally, anyway.
I have a clarifying question for Alex. Previously in our discussion, you said that there would be a radio type device in these rooms. Is that correct?
Not in the rooms, but there would be one sort of placed on the middle of the coffee table. Yes.
Yeah. Is it one with like a tape deck built in?
So the aesthetic of it is majority of it is kind of just shaped as a rectangle, a little thinner at the top and the bottom. It's a sort of a classic style wooden radio with a little what looks like it would be an antenna, except kind of more like a magical string sort of drawn outwards, wibbling ever so slightly. So imagine like the top and the bottom of an antenna with a bit of like a magical sort of wispiness between it. There's a little speaker on the side with that little grill on top of it, and then some just like general tuning knobs. And on the back, you can see a little seam, little button that does allow for a little opening that you would assume would be for
Wonderful.
playing media.
All right, if we're going to sit in here and hang out, then you guys want to hear some music?
Oh yes, okay, yes.
So,
All right, one second. I'm
What
gonna go to my music. Well, my band's music.
what kind of music is that?
What?
You have a band?
I'm gonna go to my room and change real quick, and then I'll be right back with the tape.
Oh,
With a tape.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know you could play tape.
You actually would have no idea what a tape is.
Would you, like, tape,
I didn't know that was something you could.
would you know, like, tape like sticky?
Do you pluck it like a string, where it's you kind of stretch it taut and kind of. Bang. Is that like a?
She's already ran into the room.
Okay,
She comes
okay.
back out wearing a shirt that is highly resemblant of like a metal band's logo that's almost unreadable. In fact, it looks a little something like.
Oh, big reveal!
Like that.
That is almost unreadable.
Exactly.
Just for everybody's clarification, when they say it looks a little bit like that, what they mean
It
is
looks exactly
looks
like that.
Exactly like that.
What is it? What is it, butt crack something?
Butt crack
Are they
of
like
chaos.
something? What?
But crack of chaos.
Wait, where is this? Am I missing something?
Where has that
Greg,
come? Have you had that
Greg.
made for this?
Yes, I did.
Amazing.
Simon, it's on Greg.
Oh, I see. Wow.
And I believe Purdy's also changing into a
Did
Gazebo.
you,
Yeah.
did you make these t-shirts?
Yes.
Yes.
Not like
Ooh,
by hand. I made the art.
Yeah, the art is custom.
that is.
I
Wow.
have only one question.
Yeah.
Because I'm very concerned. If it's butt crack of chaos, what are the two? The only word I can use to describe it is the two kind of gaping red holes with what appears to be blood for it.
They're the cracks.
Yeah,
is
it's the crack.
Oh, there.
That's the crack.
Yeah, with chaos brimming out from beneath.
So that's
Hang on.
that's just a crack.
Your band is.
I'm going to
your
show you
band
the
is
back
called
of it
Hemel.
as well.
Oh,
what you're
yeah.
We've got really cool stuff on the back.
Oh wow!
I don't know if you can see.
Oh my
Guys,
god!
this is amazing. This is.
I haven't seen the back
great.
before. That's amazing.
I do have one question.
42.
It actually had like everywhere that like the band would have been.
So like you made me one of these as well, right? As your
Not
I
yet,
do,
but I can send you one
Yeah.
now that we've revealed it.
I would love one of those. I'd like to find out. I had no idea this had been made. I'd seen the logo.
It's brilliant.
I had to
Question.
buy like a separate shirt to go over the top.
Amazing.
I was fucking dying from the heat.
Just one question.
Yeah,
Yes.
Why?
yeah. Because it's fun.
Because we have like our own personal merch for us.
But Crack of Chaos.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the name of the band.
Anyway, it's
I love it.
basically
Neva's not part of it, by the way.
Hemorrhoid.
Neva's just a big fan.
Is there also a song to go with it, like an actual
Oh
song?
no!
Well-
wait.
Alex has some
Yeah.
stuff.
This is not a joke. I thought you said thong.
I did it first as well.
Is there a thong to go with it? Are you really asking that question?
I mean, the website we got these off, you can
Oh
have
my
one if
God.
you want.
Mm.
Is this one
That
of those
would be
websites where you
thematically appropriate.
could also like make a baby romper with this on?
Probably, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Anyways,
Oh my god.
That would
Yeah.
also be fairly appropriate.
Macy
There
comes
are-
Oh yeah,
out
sure.
comes out of her
To
room
answer
having
your
replaced her
question,
jumper with this shirt and a tape in her hand.
there is music.
Samir
When you
is
say a
Samir is
tape
as
in
disappointed
hand,
in game as I am in real life.
when you say a tape in hand, what does that look like? Are we talking cassette? or...
Yeah, a little cassette tape, little plastic square with two little circles in it. She shoves it in the back of the radio, and are you sending me the?
If you,
Okay.
it's just so you can do it that way.
You
I
didn't
don't-
bring in any tape.
Huh?
Wait, you said you were going to play a tape for us, but you haven't.
Yeah, it's a-
You just brought in like a little box.
It's a.
Yeah.
I didn't come up with a name for this. It's a sound pal tape.
Sound card, whatever your sound pal type.
Sound card.
I've seen one of those before. That's clever. How does that work then?
Oh, well, you put it in here and then flap it closed, and then you press this button here. And I need to download the music real quick, so. Everyone
So
can
just
hear it.
for like your guys' knowledge, yes, I amongst the many things I've done have in fact created many music because Greg wanted
Oh my
to
God.
create music. So it's
You made
not-
Crack of Chaos music.
I did. It's incomplete
Mhm.
music, but this is there are 6 tracks, most of which are like 50% of the way. But the first one is good enough that, that if they want to play it, they can play it.
Yeah, keep
Oh,
talking
it's
amongst
so much
yourselves.
better
while-
now.
That you are
Would-
not playing a bard. This is great.
Just flavor, baby.
Who doesn't love flavor?
Flavor
I
Flav.
forget how this stuff.
I just turned on to the music stream and I was like, wow, this is a lot more calm than I was expecting it to be. It turns out that this is like freaking soft, like lo-fi beats to study to after Crack of Chaos.
Oh, you missed a beat there.
But Crack of Chaos plays Vivaldi.
I mean, yeah, why not?
Hold on. Put it
I love the
in
amount of
wrong
effort that's
spot.
going into just so
Like,
just so
one
we're on the same
thing-
page. You all have the music inside of Discord playing, right?
Yes.
I do.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go. Here we go.
This will make
Okay,
no sense for people who are listening to this as a stream, right? They won't be able to hear
But
this.
they can hear it.
They can.
I'll hear
Okay,
it,
great. I was going to say, if we all just go silent because we're all it's
Cut it
gonna
up.
be weird.
This is low-key good.
So just so you know, the KK slider is because lyrics are yet to be added, which is hilarious, and I just love KK slider.
There's like a woman like power singer. It's actually singing this, not KK Slider.
Go on, turn it up a little bit. Oh.
Okay.
What are we getting from the lyrics? What is the message of the song?
Like it is often in metal music,
Death to
you
capitalism.
can hardly hear it. And yeah, death to
basically.
capitalism. Yeah.
I'm honestly, Alex, I'm disappointed that it's not Hatsune Miku, but you know.
I just figured if we were going to hang out in here, then we should at least have some music. To
Which one
be
is
in
the
the
Guitar
background.
solo as well, just so
What are
you're...
you playing?
Bass.
This is a bit
Of course.
aggressive.
And what kind of music do you call this?
Don't know. I haven't thought
Bard
that
rock.
far. Sure.
Emo bard.
Emo.
Wow,
I
excellent.
knew that. I knew that. I knew this job.
No, I'm just a big fan.
It's very good.
You'll see Neva in like one of the t-shirts, and it really does not match her aesthetic at all. It looks like really out of place, but she absolutely loves the t-shirt.
Well, I think this is really good.
No bard, no.
And that's cosplaying.
And now I've turned off the music, and it is really weird.
Oh, I'm back. Sorry, I phased
Welcome
out there for a second. I did not hear like the last 30 seconds.
That happens
It's
to you a
fine.
lot.
I'd say I'll post the music, and you can listen to it in your own leisure at some point.
It's about over.
The by the way, through this, the glowing jellyfish, I will maintain concentration until it just started like swirling around.
Yeah!
A bit more wavy.
The magical jellyfish are moshing in the air.
I think Blinky really likes the song.
Oh, Blinky.
I'm going to be trying to
I
sell
named
some
all
of our merch while I'm here, so maybe we'll be able to get the band out here at some point.
Oh,
That'd be awesome.
I named all of them, Samir. They're called Inky, Pinky, Blinky, and Clyde.
That's so original.
That's a nice set of names.
Where did you come up with those names
The
from?
last one doesn't really match in though. I mean, shouldn't it be called something like Kastinky or something?
No, Clyde is actually named after like a person that I know. So I had kind of said that I used to name him something.
Nice of you. So I've got some magic which I much like yourself. When I got to a sort of you're a bit older than you, I suppose, because I age a bit slower, I think. But suddenly one day I found I could do stuff which I couldn't really explain properly. So, for example, I'm going to... Now, this is interesting, So, I'm going to cast Fairy Fire.
The hell?
Oh,
Well, it's not a fireball. Everyone in the room. See? Oh, dear. No. I'm going to cast Fairy Fire, which each object in a 20-foot cube is outlined with in this case, violet light. Any creature in the area is also outlined in light if it fails a dexterity saving throw. So it's up to
do
you.
you make us all roll deck saves?
Or you can just
19.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just gonna sit there. I will purposefully fail.
Dex 13. So it just makes everything glow.
So I was at this point going to say to all of you, what are your passive perceptions? But I just looked through all of your passive perceptions. This is going to be an interesting campaign considering you're at 12, 13, 11, 11, and 11. So none of you all are ever noticing anything. But the 13...
I thought about playing another high passive, another high perception character, and then I felt bad.
the 13, Kaleta. You just realize as the music sort of stops, this heavy rock music stops, you hear this little sort of hesitant knocking at the front door.
Oh, hang on, do you want to just turn the music down for a second? I think there's somebody outside.
Well, it's
Oh,
alright,
this is a good
just bring him
bit.
in.
Just turn it down for a sec. I'll go and see what it is. I'll go over and open the door.
You open the door and you see a short elf girl, only 5 foot tall or so. So compared to you, very tiny, with a meek smile, looking up. She is slender and fair-skinned with long plaited brown hair and green eyes. She's wearing a fairly loose sort of blue t-shirt and a lovely white and pink skirt that comes down to her ankles. And you can see just below it these red, slightly shiny, maybe slightly velvety shoes, little heels. And she sort of just peers in, sees everyone, puts a little hand up and goes, "Hi, I'm your neighbour to the left. My name's Gail. Just thought I should say hi. I heard the music.
Come in,
Might
come
be
in.
somebody
Come
in."
hello.
She very sort of awkwardly steps in, but doesn't really go much further than the doorway. Obviously not good at, the social side of things, sort of just looking around a little awkwardly, sort of legs close together and arms sort of
Come
in
sit
front.
down.
Just gently walks over, just
Yeah, come on in.
sits at
Come
a
in.
little seat and just sits.
Come and say hello. Is this your first day as well?
Yeah, I just arrived. I've unpacked.
Oh, that's nice. You got anybody else in there yet, or you on your own?
Yeah, there's a couple people. It seems they were all friends before, though. So they're not mean. They're not
Oh, I noticed that.
social. So I sort of, do my own
Oh,
thing.
yes, come in. I would offer you a cup of something to drink, but we haven't got anything yet. We'll take it. That
Sounds
sorted
really
out.
clicky.
Yeah.
Well, yes, it's okay. They're all friends. I understand. So
Well, you're
What's it hard to
welcome to
break
hang
in?
around with us a lot more.
Yeah. Where are you
That's
from?
nice.
I noticed you're an elf.
oh,
I know
I'm
that.
from Veluna, local.
Oh, right. Okay.
Did you like the
I,
music?
Hmm?
Did you like the
So-
music?
I couldn't really hear much. It was very loud. But it was nice.
Do you want a shirt?
Sure.
Because he goes in and brings out a bunch of shirts. Just sets them down.
It just takes one and just sort of like awkwardly holds it.
Do you have a child's extra small?
Maybe. I ordered a lot of
We
them.
can make it fit, don't worry.
Yeah, I just assumed that you didn't have like a halfling size, but you guys are like normal size, so I just thought that maybe that was the best way to.
I ordered a lot of them though,
Yeah.
so
You're
And I-
normal size.
I knew it was going to be like a diverse population here, so I... Hold on. It's down here somewhere.
We've had our back in Leslie. We've had halflings. We've had elves. All sorts. Everyone's a normal size to whatever they are.
I'm pretty short for a halfling even. A bit of a run, but that's okay.
What exactly? Doesn't make any difference. Does it really make any difference at all?
I've got a big heart. Metaphorically speaking, literally speaking, that also is relatively small.
I don't hope so. Otherwise, it would get in the way of all your lungs and things, wouldn't it?
Yes.
So just so you have a little bit of context on time and all that kind of stuff. It is currently a Saturday. Now, I considered renaming all of the days and all of the
Thank
months
you
and
for
things.
not-
I'm sure
Oh,
you
no,
did.
thank
But
you
I was
for
like,
not doing that.
it would be fun, but at the same time, I was like, referentially, that's going to be the
Mm.
most awful thing for everybody included. So, yes, just imagine that they are different names, but it's a Saturday.
Yeah.
It's a
At
Saturday,
least
but
it gets it as 7 days in like the official published adventures and stuff. They go with like the whole Forgotten Realms 10-day weeks. Who the fuck works in a 10-day week?
not us.
We have like an
So it's a
orientation to
Saturday.
get to or something.
It's a Saturday, and it's late in the day. Like after you've all unpacked and all that kind of stuff, it is
Not
sort of
orientation,
approaching on like 8 o'clock in the evening, which most of you will be now thinking I'm actually quite hungry. But I'm sure one of you, probably Carly, actually possibly neither, would be very aware that if you go outside of the building a little bit to the west, there is a massive refectory hall that you can obviously go get your dinner in, which you're welcome to roleplay if you want. But you would also be very aware, and it is on that timetable I've given you, of what is coming up in the next week. So I won't go into too much, but you're on the Saturday of previous to that first week on that calendar I've given you, so you know that on the different days there are different things. But you've also got the Sunday, so that's all wonderful. Just so your context of like what's happening and coming up, because I know it's kind of weird to have an actual schedule inside of a D&D game.
How could you do this? No.
But you go over and go over to the refectory, I'm sure, at some point after you've had a little discussion. Gail sticks with you. You find out that her full name, if I can find it here, is Gailman Feriso. She's local. She seems to be very meek, but actually quite intelligent. Not really the kind of like in-your-face intelligent, just sort of, and not necessarily knowledgeable, but just picks up on things fairly quickly, and also very artistic, it seems. Shows you maybe like a piece of art that she brought with her, which is very, very well done.
Does she
second-
share any classes with us?
What was your second name?
So you find out that she is doing Feriso, Feriso with a little hat on it, but whatever.
Can you write all that in chat?
I will at some point. The subject she's doing history, Therion studies, and arts.
We'll be on the same course in history and
Yeah.
Therion studies. That's Susan.
I'm doing that.
We're putting together like a little study group. We're gonna meet in the same room of a library every single time and be far too involved in each other's lives. And there'll be a
I
weird
mean,
Spanish
you don't
teacher.
have to join
It'll
us if you
feel
don't
like
want
a
to.
community.
Yeah, a real sense of community.
So you go down to the food, and the food it's actually pretty good. Well, okay, so
Is Cromwell
for-
wearing his halfling extra small butt crack of chaos t-shirt?
If you have
I
found one for
definitely
him,
found one.
he will have put that on
Hell yeah.
and changed out from his shirt, so he's got that on as, underneath his.
It fits pretty
overcoat.
well comparatively.
So the food for Cromwell and for Carle is extravagant. It's very flavorful. You know, you've got a lot of like strong meat flavors. What you're having is like a sort of like a cottage pie-esque kind of meal, and there's some like veggies on the side. It's all very nice and free, obviously. Well, free for now. And you sort of go along put it on a tray, go sit down all together and eat your food, and you'd be quite impressed, especially you, Cromwell. You'd be like, this is absolutely peak. For the two sisters, for Maisie and Neva, it's all right. Like it's flavorful. It's kind of like if you would have a quick meal. It's pretty good, but it's not like the nicest thing you've ever had. Samir, for you, comparatively, it's kind of bleak. It's kind of shitty.
Bland. You mean?
It's obviously not bland in terms of flavor, but you're like, okay, like you're used to something very different.
Why do they
so
get
you all
the
have very
fancy
different
shirt?
reactions, huh?
Why do they get the fancy shirt?
No, it's all the same meal.
Oh, I see.
It's just how you individually appreciate this meal.
Oh, I see.
I'm not just being mean.
Maybe that's Samir's actual thoughts. Like, why does everyone else seem to actually be okay with this?
Cromwell will be tucking in and like eating his food, like talking with his mouth full, being like, "This is really good, yeah, really good."
Why is he turned into
It's
like
okay.
an elderly American man?
That's
Really good.
what happens to.
He's turned into the Dark Souls very good.
Very good.
Very good. Yeah.
Oh, it's not bad, is it? Not bad at all.
So what was the first name of the girl that we've got with us?
Gale.
Gale.
Gail.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
Gailman, so it's Gailmon is the name, but Gail. She introduced herself as and seems to react better too.
Is she
She's
come with
also
us?
very interested. She's just sort of neatly. It seems like she doesn't have a massively large appetite, or just doesn't have like a big stomach. So she's sort of gently picking away at it, seemingly enjoying the food.
Anyone know any of the teachers around here? I have the same one twice.
Who's that?
I have the same one twice too.
I've got Velka Dinzin.
Would I recognise that name?
Would I recognise that name as well?
Unlikely.
I did read
Neither.
the book.
Yeah. Which book did you read?
Whatever one Elsie would have published about the Strangelings and stuff.
Right. In which case, yes, definitely.
Oh, she's one of Elsie's friends back from when they had Strangelings.
Oh, the Strangelings. I've heard of them. Oh, she involved in the Strangelings?
Yeah, she was Elsie's best friend.
Oh, interesting. Well, I might see if I know a chat at some point. I don't think she's taken any of my classes, though. That's a shame.
Who is Elsie?
Oh, she was like
Oh,
one
don't
of the
get her
leaders
started.
of the Strangelings. She was born and grew up in Veluna, and then like her, Vegas, Echelion, Tau, all the others.
Flint.
Yes, Flint. Yeah.
Are these like famous people?
Yeah.
Time, a
they're-
long time ago. Yes.
How did you come to this university and not know about them?
You know, I'm not very good with names. I'm much more of like a faces person. And I'm like,
Strangelings are like really famous.
And
Well,
mostly
I'm not-
long dead.
my education has been kind of largely informal, so I might not be caught up on some stuff.
Yeah.
But they're like the head honchos, the top adventurers.
Yeah.
Great, but you said that they're all dead.
Mostly long
No,
dead.
not all of them.
Not all
Some
of
of
them. No. I mean, the ones that were human are long since gone.
Aside from the elves, right?
Although I think one or two of them are still around, aren't they?
Well, Velko is.
Yes.
She's a teacher now, obviously.
So she must be like super powerful. Like,
I
just assumed that all the teachers here were good at, whenever.
From what I've heard, she's like got half dragony type stuff.
Gail, you're from the city, right? Have you heard much about them?
A little bit, as you hear. I mean, I looked a little into the university. I'm mostly at the uni because my mum wants me to be here. So I didn't get much of a chance to look into it. But yeah, I've heard of the Strangelings, but they don't really exist anymore because of the uni.
Because the uni.
Well, it's the uni is the Dilrak and Strangelings Academy. So what used to be the guild is now the uni. She looks at you as if this is something that you should all know. So like right?
Oh.
I think I did hear something about this. Yes,
Neva would know it, wouldn't she?
Yeah, probably if you've looked into the uni.
I was thinking that Carl would have looked into the history of the university a bit. So I've
Great.
heard.
I mean, that sounds good. So they all lived and were super powerful, and then they died, and now they're
Multiple times.
Yeah, that
They
was
all
their
died
motto,
multiple
wasn't it?
times.
Their motto was "We get better." I think.
Yeah, because they always died and then came back.
I thought death was kind of a one and done.
Yeah.
No, apparently it's
Not
not.
for all of them, no.
Oh,
Not only that powerful, I guess.
well, that would be like a super useful thing to know how to do, I guess.
Maybe
Wait,
we
so
learn it here.
Wait, so why are they dead?
Yeah.
Well, they can only live to the end of their life.
And then,
But
But you-
then they die and then they get better, right?
Well, no,
Doesn't make
they
any sense,
died
really.
and got better when they were battling, but not now. That once you get to a point where you can't get better, you die.
Yeah, I mean, it was more to
But
do
they
with.
died before.
If I understand it correctly, it was if you die from accident or battle or getting that kind of thing, that damage can be repaired. But if you die from old age, they can't reverse the old age part. So you just
That's so weirdly specific.
but it's
a weird
age
limitation.
isn't really damaged. It's just more sort of wearing out.
Get your words out there, Neva. Maybe.
Fucking do it.
I knew
It's only a
I'd
matter of
fucking do
time.
it someday. I knew.
Yeah, we heard the Strangelings saved our city. I'm sure one of them. Well, they were there, and it was So we were aware of them in the Lestrin. That was before Lestrin was the size it is now. It's just back then. It was just a tiny little area, just a monastery, really.
It was so long ago.
So, Purdy, did you really create a character that was a super fan of your previous character?
Yes, I did.
honest, what better way to roleplay than make sure that you're on it
That's
with
not wrong.
your knowledge?
Thing is, my character is smart, but Purdy herself is not. So what better way than making her smart than stuff that she
That you
except
made.
when Purdy's brain goes blank and she can't remember everyone's fucking name that was in the Strangeling.
The question is,
Yeah, you completely just have not named Ray at all. Doesn't exist.
Gosh.
Not Elsie's best friend at all.
Artie, Felix,
Felix.
Ray, Flora, all
It would
that.
make sense though, because you've read the book and you obsess over one of the characters. The rest are kind of just like, other
Yeah.
if she
Was
was in the character,
Fauna a strangeling, or did she marry in?
Well, I mean, from a meta point of view, you would know that she would have later on become one of the Strangelings more officially as they continued adventuring.
Mhm.
Much like Barty wasn't originally one of the Strangelings. He was
Yeah.
just some guy who turned up
Or
at the
Felix
city.
or
Actually,
Tav.
But when we
Oh, Ray.
decided to be
Elsie was the original.
Offended that you didn't mention Uni either.
No, Unit
Yeah,
wasn't.
Unit,
Oh, right, yeah.
Strangelings were the
Yeah, it
Strangelings
was.
at that point.
yeah, but
Oh,
it wasn't.
it was.
No, I
But
thought
definitely
you.
I'm sure they were.
Unit
I'm
was
sure.
part of the Strangelings, but wasn't part of the
Regards.
Strangelings.
At the tail end.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Yeah.
our own history lesson, just for later.
The night moves on. As you've eaten your food, there'll be plenty of time still. as you've eaten your food, you go back, and I'm sure you spend a little bit of the evening. You probably there's a little area in the refectory where you can grab some like extra drinks and things to take back up to the flat. Like,
Is there a shop? Is there a shop where we can buy a kettle?
Not here, no.
What would we
Um,
heat it with?
But you grab a
Yeah.
few like these sort of
Bravo.
things, some snacks and things as well, like crisps and all that kind of stuff. There seems to be basically kind of free reign over taking a load of it, but there is someone standing there who would be like, calm down a little bit.
Macy's keeping an eye
you can
out
go back
for a
up to the
place
room.
that would be great to set up like a table to sell merch as well.
You see nowhere that would be appropriate.
Yeah, okay, but
we
like plenty of
You
space.
spend the evening. Gail sticks around for a little bit. Eventually, she gets tired. Seems like she's a bit of a early sleeper and goes back to her own apartment. And you go through the evening and eventually would fall to sleep in all of your individuals. I know that I'm kind of skipping across that, but trust me, there's going to be plenty.
We're
of time
talking
to
too
get to.
much, is what you're saying.
It's one of those where we could spend forever doing it, but we might as well progress.
Mhm.
You wake up the next day, I'm sure. So, what's your like rising schedule in terms of who's going to get who's like an early riser, who's a late riser? Samira, I'm sure wakes up at like 11 a.m.
It would,
Macy's a late riser.
Cal would wake up early because he's used to being in a monastery where it's early to bed, early to rise.
Does he do any kind of like morning Tai Chi type stuff?
Not really. I think he'd do a short prayer to Helm, but he'd do that in his own room. But he
Neve
wouldn't-
would be probably about 7 a.m. ish.
Reading books, I'm sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah, she'll be out on the sofa with her dragon teddy, just like there reading a book.
Cromwell?
Up at 10-ish, and but not come out of his room. He would then put out his kind of few belongings, which he wouldn't have done the night before.
So on this Sunday, then it's a very relaxed Sunday. Like some of you are sort of out working on the table. Maybe the radio is just sort of gently playing something in the background, and eventually you all collect together again. And as you're all sort of just probably at this point preparing to go get some food for lunch, there's a little sort of sound as a piece of paper is obviously slipped underneath your door. And this is, of course, where I go to Discord and send you a thing that you can then read.
Neve will get up
Ooh.
and run over and grab it.
My files are too powerful.
Oh no.
Oh
I hate
no.
that. I love not being able to. I should actually be able to because it's PNG. Just let me. It takes a long time to get over to the door. It's
it's
so
mad-
far away.
No,
Neve notices
she
it
has-
at the end of a
Right,
chapter.
slowly.
She has it, but it's magically encoded and it's taking a while to like.
Yeah. So we in fact didn't hear the thing come through. It's just like a howler where it goes through and it just starts beeping if it doesn't get picked up. But we
No,
don't
no,
hear
it's
it
like-
with the music.
It's like one of those
No,
very
like
slow
Neve was going
printers
to
where
get
it's
it,
just
but she's like, I'll go get it. And it's slowly walking, reading her chapter. And like, it takes her forever to walk to the thing to get it.
Macy's got like
No guarantee
90s
that
like
this will
wrap
work.
around the back of the head headphones in, and listening to
Yeah,
her
headphones
sound
in as
pal.
well.
There we go.
Jeez.
Got a little Walkman sound pal friend.
Wow.
Wow.
There you go. So that comes through. It's a piece of paper, and you can, I don't know if you can show it on the stream or if you want to just do it at some other point. But it's a piece of
Pretty
paper.
can post it on
obviously sort
Instagram
of
later.
like slightly browned paper, just just
Guys,
the way the paper
I
is
got
made.
it.
And it has, the first thing you see is obviously this big sort of logo on the center in the background, which seems to be a very thin outline of like a dragon's head within a circle. And do you want to read it out as you look at it?
No, you can read it.
Well, you hand it over to Carly, who reads it out.
There you go.
Interesting. It says, want to get extra credit towards your degree? Then sign up for the Liston Benfial, is that? Competition. Callaway, Quad, Grandall, Wednesday, 9:30. Competition makes us faster, Collaboration makes us better. By our listener Benfair. Okay,
Can
yeah,
be.
interesting.
Let's say what kind of competition it is.
Yeah, I don't know who or what that is.
Well, it looks like a picture of a dragon, so maybe it's. I don't know.
I'll pass.
I would have thought so. I don't know. Extra credit sounds interesting. I mean, I think
That
it's
sounds
worth
like an interesting
having a look.
opportunity.
Is extra credit like, is that like a fixed thing?
So
Like the amount
this is
of credit?
something. This is something you would know. So I will just quickly go into each of your courses. So you're doing 3 basic courses, is what all of you were discussing earlier, and you're all aware that each of those can give you up to 5 credit points, depending on how well you do with it. So for the first year, so the max sort of credits you can get for first year is 15, and this would sort of, you'd be aware in terms of credit is just like more. And at the end, the number of credits that you've collected at the over the entire thing, you get that number attached onto your degree. And then when people look at it, they can be like, "Oh, you have a really high number. That means you've done really well." Or you have a low number. So,
Oh, so this would actually be a significant opportunity.
it implies that this is genuine, like towards your like actual degree, towards the sort of number at the end. Yeah, like a significant. It doesn't say how much, but it seems significant.
Well, I think I'd be interested in finding out a little bit more, at least. But if it's
Sure.
he's actually fighting dragons, I'm not so sure. But if it's anything else,
Well, it'd be nice to have a bit of exercise being cooped up in here for a while.
yes.
Been like
Well,
a day.
I'm up for going. It's Wednesday, 9:30 in the morning. So Wednesday,
That is a bit early.
I'm supposed to be in history.
So you would be aware that the week coming up is the first week without class. Your term starts on the 8th. It is currently next Monday, so tomorrow for you guys is the 1st. So there's a week which has so the week coming up on Monday there is a campus tour. On Tuesday there is a society fair. On Wednesday there is a meet your professors, and on Friday it says course confirmation sign-in, which you would be aware is you would only need to go to if you want to change what courses you are doing.
Oh, fair enough. Then I don't see any reason why not. So yes, I think I'll go. Anybody else coming?
Yeah, I'll go.
Yeah.
Maybe it's like
Liz, you coming with us?
No.
Oh, come on! You might as well come and have a look at least.
maybe it'll be like an obstacle course or something, and like Samir, we could team up, and you could just like pick me up, and we'll just leg it rather than and then we'll win and we'll get the points.
That's true.
Liz, there'll be loads of people there to give you top to.
But I was thinking, if you bring some of your t-shirts along, you never know your luck.
Yeah, I'll watch and try to sell some merch.
Exactly.
Oh, should I have given you money? He's still wearing the same t-shirt. He's
No,
put it
don't
on
worry
again.
about it.
Should I have given you money for this?
Consider it the roommate discount.
Oh,
Spend
that
time on it.
100% discount is amazing.
As
Thank
long as
you.
we have a new fan.
It's alright.
Just give it back. So, is there anything on this Sunday? It's midday. You'll grab some lunch. I'm not going to make you RP the lunch every time.
I was going to have a wander around and look at the uni, but you were saying we've got a tour around on.
So tomorrow there is a campus tour in the morning that obviously would take you around everything, but there is also the city. So I'm going to send you.
I was about to say we'd go for
all-
one around the city.
I'm going to send you all the map of the city, which I think I've already sent you once, but I'll do it a second time.
Can you send it as a link so I can stick it in my Google Drive thing?
You can probably just download it from.
I bet you can just copy it, I think.
Oh, okay.
So the thing that I have just sent, really, you'll be focusing on the top, sort of blue, where it has all the red buildings. You are in the sort of rectangular with a couple of gaps in. You're in that kind of section. That's your apartment complex. Kind of looks like a C with an equals and then a backwards C. That's where all the apartments are. You would know that down below is obviously the city of Veluna, and up above is the university. To the right is the town hall and a giant library and just some other general housing and stuff like that. Expensive houses. Just a few
To
guys.
ask quickly before we go anywhere, I don't think we asked. I thought that I had come from really far away because I travelled like literally hours to get here, but it seems like I'm the closest person here. So, Cal, you've come from a Lesduin, which is past a sea.
Yes, that's right.
You, the the twins, sisters. You said sisters.
Sisters.
Yes, you've come from somewhere in Fluari, and where have you come from, Samir?
From Farron Major.
And that is
North?
no. Is that also over a sea?
No. Don't think so.
No, I believe Feral
No,
Major
no,
is
it's
sort
not
of-
overseas. It's the
north of-
bordering country.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay, so I need to like adjust my kind of sense of scale then, because I thought I come from like really far away. Okay. Your accents are excellent. You all speak common really well. Is it also common in presumably where you're from?
Yeah, pretty much where I come from, yes. I mean, there are other languages, of course, but yeah. I mean, there's lots of different races everywhere I am, particularly dwarves and elves, and and tritons, of course. And,
I mean, it's
yeah,
called
we'll-
common.
We'll communicate in common, of course. Yeah.
I mean, I know lots of people. Well, I've met lots of people in courts here, but I just assumed it was common for like the area. I wasn't sure if it was like a common everywhere.
Well, I mean, they speak male where we are.
They speak
Wait, what?
Speak what?
Male?
Male.
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 Mailed.
Oh, I don't think I know that one. I've got a few languages, but not that one.
Male.
Do you speak that?
No, I speak. Anybody speak? I mean, Pervin, of course, although that's a bit dated now, more for religious things.
No, Perwin
you-
isn't. Just so you know, Perwin isn't dated.
Oh, what's the
Perwelvin is
it's
dated.
Perwelvin is dated.
Yeah, Perwin is a
Perwin is the Elvish one.
spoken. Yeah.
Are you religious then, Cal?
But I come from a monastery, so I was a monk, and my well, I sort of still am, I suppose. My father is, and my uncle is, and yeah, pretty much. I don't push it down anyone's throat, you know. I mean, I follow
Who-
Helm and stuff.
Oh hell, okay. So we should not be. Is there anything we shouldn't do to be, so we're not being disrespectful?
No. I mean, Helm is all about just you know.
Don't make an enemy out of you on like our second day.
I would say basically, Helm's philosophy is be nice, help other people. I mean, that's it really. But you know, I'm not. I know quite aware there's lots of other religions, so I know Helm does really exist, but so do other gods. So you know,
I'm not really like a religious person. Is anyone else a religious person that we should be aware of, so that we're not like, oh,
Yeah, I guess.
this person.
Yeah, I
You
guess.
guess?
which god do you follow?
Berries.
Berries, do you say?
Yeah.
I thought that was what Niva was wearing on her head.
No, that's a beret.
You're saying the same thing.
I thought you could speak common. Well,
But yeah, that's what I thought the word was.
It's berries, not berries.
Oh,
So it's a s, not a z. You see.
so this is a new separate thing. It is neither Niva's hat nor tiny fruit.
That is absolutely right. It's a god. I know, presumably in the north of the country. So,
yeah, pretty much.
yeah.
Is there anything we should be doing or not doing to be respectful for you, Samir?
No.
Great, easy, love it.
So are you?
It's my favorite kind of gods, the ones you don't have to change your
Are you
life for.
actually sort of from a religious family then, Berry? I was going to call you Berries. Are you actually from a religious family, Samir, or is it?
Yeah, you could say that. Yeah.
I see. Yeah, I know the feeling. Yeah. It's sort of when you're brought up in it, it can be a bit overwhelming sometimes.
Yeah, you could put it that way.
I enjoy how non-committal you are about what is presumably a deeply held faith. Like, it's good. It's intriguing.
Good.
Well, not everybody. Everybody sort of believes in their own way, don't they? So I mean, where I come from. But anyway.
So are you as a group going to spend the day, or are you planning on going out to the city?
Shopping.
Or...
We're going down.
Shopping.
Well,
Certainly, we've heard about the mall by now.
I'm sure Maisie and Neve are going shopping.
Well, I wouldn't mind having a little wander around the town. I mean, I've got.
Yeah, I'll wander with you.
Yeah, we can have a look and see what we can see.
Alex,
We'll invite Gale as well.
I tell you one thing I would like to see, actually, in Vagrant. I've often heard about the old clock tower, which is where the Strangelings sort of met up and formed. I believe that's not too far from the university.
That's on the way to the mall, I think.
Well, there you go then. I wouldn't mind wandering past. I don't know if you can go in or not, but I'd just be interested to see it.
I think it's condemned.
Well, I still like to see it. Well, even more reason to see it now before it falls down then.
We could ask Gail if it's condemned or not. She's from here, so she'd know, right? Maybe.
Yeah, get to come shopping
Do
with us.
something wrong?
See again?
Did the building do something wrong?
Things
I
just
think
old.
No, it's falling apart, I think.
It's very old now. I mean, it was old when they were using it back in the old days.
There was a big fight, wasn't there, like many years ago?
Yeah,
There was a
wasn't there
lot of
some sort
those.
of dragon thing I seem to remember?
Yeah.
Anyways, I want to go shopping, so let's go grab Gail.
We're going shopping, God. Wait for the rest of them.
But I'm ready to go, I think. I tell you what, I'll nip next door and see if Gail wants to come along. Give me 5 minutes. No.
I think we were already
So you
all
step out into
on
the
our way out.
corridor. You step out into the corridor over to the next flat over, and you on the door standing tall. And the door opens to a very tall, maybe 6 foot tall, presumably human girl, who is quite thin, evidently very athletic, wearing a bit of a crop top showing off some sort of abs and some sweatpants, sort of high ponytail that just looks at you when you open up and just looks you up and down with this sort of half disgusted face and is just like, yeah?
Morning, how are you? What if Gail was around?
Fine. Rolls her eyes and just walks into the flat, just leaving you there. And you hear a bit of like a, Gail?
I turn around to Maisie and be like, I instantly don't like her.
You hear this
Way ahead of you.
shuffling and you see Gail just appear, just like, oh, hello.
Hey, Gail,
Do you want to come shopping with us?
Yeah, we're going to go for a little walk in the
Just looks
city.
back in the flat and is just like, yes.
Should we invite your flatmate?
No.
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 I mean, no. They're busy.
Like all the girls are just like, no.
Okay.
She steps
Okay.
out. She goes in and grabs like a little bag and then comes out to walk with you.
Yeah, who was
So
your flatmate?
I don't really want to talk about them. They, like I said, kind of their own little thing. How have you guys been?
Fine.
Really
We, just
You
been
do
on
know
a-
if you're uncomfortable there, you can always come round to ours.
Oh, absolutely, yes,
So
absolutely.
kind.
You're always
Very kind.
welcome.
Yeah,
It's very
yeah, come on down.
We have 3 extra chairs, but no extra bedrooms.
Yes, unfortunately, no, we don't have an extra bedroom. It's a
okay.
shame.
I've got all my stuff.
I
in my
mean,
room
neither
anyway.
can sleep on my floor. Maisie can sleep on my floor. Oh my god, I need to stop that. Maisie can sleep on my floor.
That's
I'd
okay.
rather not.
That's okay.
Why not? We used to do it.
Yeah, but these beds are already small enough.
Yeah, it's true.
These beds are small. Cromwell's just like a tiny little pea on these beds. They're like full-size queens,
I don't know what you guys are talking about. I can swim through my bed. It's massive. Maybe-
Oh, we can swim through our beds at home. These are like a fraction of the size.
Why do you need a bed that sort of size? I mean, this 4-poster thing you got here is like 3 times the size of my bed at home. I mean, to be fair,
The girls just look at each other like, we'll
Yeah,
shut
when I
up
was-
then.
when I was growing up, obviously, I had we had a little house a bit when I got a bit older. But when I was younger, we were living in the monastery itself. We all had the sort of the cells. The rooms were much bigger than these beds.
How do you... Never mind.
Well, the monks aren't big on luxury. You can imagine all the money they get goes to helping the poor.
Our bedroom's like the biggest room in the house. Mine's the library and the kitchen and the games room.
You said our bedroom. Do you two share a bedroom? Because if you did, that would make sense as to why you had such a big bed.
Well, we share like a hall. Our bedrooms are on opposite sides of the
it's
hall.
like, yeah.
Oh, very nice, very
But
nice.
it's like one big room that's got dividers in it.
That sounds very nice. Plenty of room then.
Mhm.
Oh, lovely, lovely. You have to show us one day. But for the moment, let's go and have a little wander in the town, shall we?
Okay.
Let's go.
So you wander out, and you're basically immediately in Old
You're
Indian. If you go south, you're sort of immediately in
Oh,
Old
bye,
Indian.
Simon.
And if I bring up this
Old Immingham. That's it. Yeah, a bit. I see it. Yes.
So I'll give you a little bit of this is more for your information, but also for the characters. Oldingham is one of the oldest sectors of the city, having some elven bloodlines still living in it that were there when the city was created. Some of you, the history buffs, will be aware that back then it was a nicer living area, but not much has changed back then. It is home to the city's oldest tavern, Dugnack Dreams again, previously Dugnack's Dream, and the old clock tower that used to be the home of the conspiracy and after that council, which of course you're all aware of. So you'd walk down and you'd be able to see the clock tower pretty prominently standing above most of the buildings. The buildings around here tend to be 1 floor, 2 floors max. There's no like high rises of any kind. So this clock tower really stretched up above, but you can see that the sort of materials that make up the clock tower are they're degrading. The paint is peeled in places. It's still standing fairly strong. It's not like it's going to fall over. The clock itself, not the right time, you assume, is not working anymore. And if you walk over towards it and get to the base of it, you can see there's a fairly large sort of stone wall, or should I say large circle stone wall. The stone wall itself is only a couple of feet high that sort of surrounds it with a little bit of information on a plaque saying, this is the old clock tower, which is where the council used to be, but now they've moved to the new town hall, when it was declared unsafe working conditions, but it still stands strong as a symbol of where Veluna came from. And there's a little sort of gate to get through the stone wall, but it seems to have a padlock on it. You could definitely hop over the wall if you wanted to, but it's implying strongly that you shouldn't be going that way. As you're walking through the town, however, there's a couple other things that you notice. Firstly, massive variety of different races of people. You would say majority elf and quite a strong ASMR presence as well, especially in the guards, which are all wearing their platinum armor, standing tall, guarding particular areas, patrolling other areas. Don't pay much attention to you, but the guards are not only ASMR. There's like a 50-50 ASMR and just other in all of them. You also would be very aware of in the sky, flying ASMR, just sort of obviously doing patrols. You'd only ever see maybe 2 or 3 in the sky at a time. If you looked around, like the entire sky probably has maybe 50 of them over the whole city. It's not a huge amount, but they're just constantly floating around, checking, looking, evidently making sure everything is going okay. But as you're walking across towards the tower, you hear this very odd sound which fades in like a sort of a high-pitched whining alongside a bit of a lower grumbling sort of through the sky. And as you look up, you see in a blink of an eye zooms past above this shape that you didn't have time to recognize, just go straight across the sky, leaving this trail of bluish green smoke that fades and dissipates fairly quickly. Just sort of
What the hell was that?
across. You actually see 3 trails of that smoke, so it seems as though 3 of whatever it is just went flying
The
across
city under attack.
insane speeds. No one else seems to react. Like other people go, sort of point, but no one seems to be like panicking in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, what was that?
Gail's like, it's the Metal Hawks.
What are they?
So Metal Hawks.
I didn't realize that you don't have. It's kind of like the special part of the army. There's only a few of them. They're extremely fast. They've got these metal suits. You never really see them properly until they land, and I haven't seen them land. But these sort of flying suits that they pilot, and just they can get to problems really quickly. And sometimes they sort of just go across. I think it's as a reminder that they're there, you know, or maybe it's training. I don't know.
That sounds kind of
Rumors are
dodgy.
rife. I honestly don't know. Maybe they are going to something. I've never met any of them in person. I think there's only like 15 of them, maybe. I don't know. But they're
Quite impressive.
Makes sense they'd want to let you know
Although,
they're there. So
I
you
do
know that you're
wonder
not safe.
how they can see what's going on at going that kind of speed.
Oh, I have no idea.
Well,
I assume they have some technical system.
yeah,
It's some sort of robot suit thing. I don't know.
oh, really interesting. Gosh, it's really interesting. I've never seen stuff like this before. This is why I like traveling. You see, I've never really had a chance to travel much outside of Lisbon.
No, me neither.
You'll have to
We've
come and
not really
visit me in
travelled much
Lisbon one day.
either.
I have travelled one place outside Leicester, but that's just where I'm from. That I haven't travelled outside of.
You haven't really traveled then, have you? You're just kind of always there.
Yeah. It's a nice place. You got everything that you need except a university that will teach you magic. I guess.
Fair.
But if you ever want to come and visit Lisbon, you're all welcome, of course. There's plenty of room in the monastery. I'm sure we'd be quite happy to have you come over as guests. Maybe in one of the holidays.
I don't know if I want to be a monk yet though. Samir seems not to like them, so I
I doubt you have to be a monk to go visit there.
No, you don't have to be a monk. It's all right. You can just come over. There's a little village below the monastery itself, but the monastery is you'll like the monks. They're nice people. They're all very helpful, and they'll be glad to see visitors.
Excellent. Then yeah, maybe.
Yeah, as long as you don't mind, stripping off and being naked the entire time.
Wait, what?
What?
I said as long as you don't mind stripping off and being naked the entire time.
As long as you won't.
Yes,
Oh,
I'm
that's-
joking. Of course, I'm joking. Don't be silly.
I was going to say, who would
I
want to
should
do
have seen your
that?
face. Oh dear. I should have waited until you got there, shouldn't I?
So, as you
Odd
stare
of
up
you
at
to assume
this,
that we were going.
as you stare up at this tall tower, which there's not many people really looking at, no guards around or anything, just sort of it's kind of there. Just seems to be a feature that people, which is opposite Dugneck Dreams again, of course. We will go for a break for 10 minutes.
Yes.
I would have thought Neva would be dragging us to go and visit Doughnut Dreams again.
Or possibly.
Well, no, 'cause she quite likes looking at the thing as well.
Oh, that's true.
But we'll find out
Doughnut Dreams
after
again
the
as well.
break. In 10 minutes, when we come back, it's 1:15. Grab a drink, grab a coffee, whatever it is, and we'll be back to shop. We're not going to spend forever shopping because there's stuff to get.
It's a
to.
shopping episode.
It's not. It's not going to be a shopping episode, and I'm making sure of it. That's what I
I'm building an itinerary as you describe things.
I'll see you in 10 minutes.
Yes.
It's all right.
Bye. Ah.
Oh, hello.
Hi, why are you invisible?
Because I'm eating.
So I was muted because I didn't realize you were back.
Yeah, I'm back.
Also, why is it backwards now for us? Like, we saw it, I'll be back the normal way around, and now it's wrong?
I thought that, and then I looked on the thing, and it said it was the other way around. Like,
No, so
Discord.
OBS mirrors, but what we can see is the other way around.
Yeah, but I was looking on Discord, and it looks the opposite way around.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So on Discord, your virtual camera, or Discord flips, so it'll show it the other way around. Sorry, I said OBS, so it'll show it the other way around. But for us, yeah, we see it the right way around.
Coming soon from DC.
I did
Super
notice.
Power
I did notice you stick up the
Yeah, I know you.
the thing.
I
on
know
the
you
pinboard.
noticed.
It was amazing. It was great. Do you like it? I thought it looked great.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I was very proud of that little thing, which I've been obviously holding on to for a while because, you know.
And then mates just being immediately like, I'm good.
Oh, I figured, but like, you know. Because I know that like either way, there's the difference between how your character acts and then how you as a player know if something is, you know. I don't throw things at you randomly.
Thanks for reframing it as an opportunity to sell merch, though.
Well, the thing is, you were like, no, I'm good. I'm like, no, you need to be part of it. I'm going to make you a part of it. Let's sell merch.
Still need that.
I can't believe I've always slipped up twice with the fucking names.
I know, amazing. I'm trying really hard to remember all the names because obviously I haven't really used them that often. I think it's gone well. Did you like my intros?
Mm-hmm.
I spent a while trying to make them correct. I saw you giggle when I did your guys' dad's voice.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like that's so appropriate.
Yeah,
It
was
also
just
felt
perfect.
fitting for them to be like, "We'll call you later. Don't contact us before because we'll be busy." They would have called you later as well. It would have been in the evening. You'd have had a little contact from them. Terrifying.
I thought when you did their dad's voice, I thought tiefling talks like that, and I thought it's bloody Whitebane come back again.
We did talk about that. We were like, it's kind of Whitebane.
In the notes that we have for our father,
Yeah, I think we said Whitebane voice.
You said Whitebane voice.
That's why I did my Whitebane voice. Yes. The big mustache there.
Yeah, I like the big mustache. That was just
Did I do a good impression of you guys' mum as well, being like,
Yeah, I hate her.
being absolutely the meanest person. It's quite fun to embody, actually.
Hey, Herring.
Hey, Glamesh is working for me. Good.
Oh, hello.
Get rid of that. There we go.
What a superpower! I become invisible when I eat. It's like from Paul. Hold your breath, you become invisible. Coming soon from DC.
Yeah.
Glamesh has remained unstable last week for me. I don't know why. That is odd. It's been fine for me. So. Also, that art hasn't appeared on this screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, by per screen.
Yeah, this part of it is. I'll add it to the actual background after.
Fair enough. And that's the sort of thing I want to be. I mean, that will get covered for sure, but I love the idea of that being pinned in the background. It makes it huge as well because it's just an A4 piece of paper.
Yeah.
I don't know if you were doing it already when I messaged you to do it.
I wasn't. No, I saw you messaged me and I was like, "Oh, good idea."
I was like, "Oh my god, that's perfect to pin up on the board."
That's good. It's nice that everything went fairly smoothly. I only slipped up a couple times through all that talking, which I thought was pretty good for me.
Yeah,
it went very well. We're all together now. We've got a couple of entrances.
I was trying to find a place to cut in when you all were talking, and then just Simon's in there like.
I kept trying to find an opportunity to be like, "Okay, Macy's going to go to her room and like separate." Hopefully that was okay.
I love that me and Greg are living up to the inconsistent character voices as well.
That was perfect.
Oh, not just inconsistent character voices, inconsistent character names. But...
At least it's the same two names, and she's not saying Elsie yet.
That's true.
Yeah.
It is true. Yeah.
Yeah, like when I text Greg the other day,
Yep.
"What's Elsie's thing for this?" And he's like, they're like,
Elsie?
"Elsie?"
All caps. I said Elsie.
Oh dear.
Amazing.
I guess the bad news is that my current character doesn't, in fact, have Fireball.
Oh,
Yeah.
shame.
I'm sure you'll find a
Simon,
way.
Did I make Samir aptly hate Baron?
Oh yeah, correct.
It felt right. I'm amazed I got through it without stuttering. That like the dude giving you your honors bit. I'm proud of that little bit of text.
I didn't understand it, but it was very interesting.
You don't need to.
No, exactly. It'll either become apparent or it won't be.
But it sounded great, didn't it?
Also, yeah, it did. And Alex, I've updated the character sheet.
I've got them all open.
Yeah, with a it's also that's well, like the names were spontaneous, but this is all stuff that I've been stewing over in my head for weeks and weeks and weeks and not putting down on paper. So, but yeah. Also, Samir is interested in the bitchy roommate of Gale already.
I got that as soon as you were like, "And who's your roommate?"
That was like the embodiment of like you'll know that cliquey group who just has that like crop top showing off there.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah.
How did I know it was a click before?
Yeah.
Like as soon as she mentioned it, I was like, that sounds clicky.
Where's the map of the university? We got that somewhere.
Macy's passive insight just manifesting through me.
Map of the university.
Yeah. Samir was like, "That's the kind of girl I want to
There
know."
it is.
Sorry,
What?
mate, back.
It's fine. It's fine.
Oh,
Wait,
no.
are we looking at assignment romance this season?
Well, I mean, that really depends on whether she's reciprocating his interest, I guess. Which, given
I
the
doesn't even seem like she
entirely
reciprocates
unfair.
any interest.
No, I don't think so.
Shall we?
Yep.
Oh.
On the map you just sent, where's the accommodation block?
Oh, it's south of that. I haven't added the accommodation.
Oh, right,
block
okay, fine.
You can see it's the exact same shape as on
Yeah,
the.
no worries. Just Canaway Car, that's...
Everybody quiet?
Nottingham.
Okay, everybody be quiet.
Yeah, I'm not talking at all.
The demons need to escape first, apparently.
Oh, will Alex do the last time on DBD&D as a school announcement like he suggested earlier?
Oh god, I completely forgot that. Like,
Maybe
Oh my
once
God,
we
yes,
actually start.
please!
Maybe once we start classes.
hang on, do we? I must have a.
Oh, no,
a
don't
voice
voice
that
it.
we
It's
can-
like a Saved by
No.
the Bell style Hanoi
Um,
announcement.
It'll sound like the
Like
beginning of
Glee.
MASH, remember MASH?
I must have someone somewhere. There's like a million voices on here.
What does that sound like? No, that's
Not it. Really? There's like 7 million voices on here.
You said there's only 1 million.
Oh wow, it's gone up. I swear I've used it before. This isn't worth my time.
If you could find an old telephone, that would do. Or old radio.
Is that on here? Is that one that exists? Oh,
I don't know.
telephone. That? Oh god.
Oh yeah!
But you need the bing bong bing beforehand. Yes, that's perfect.
Everybody, the class starts on the 8th.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a
I'm
countdown.
going to do that at least this week because I'd need to make a much bigger thought of that than I currently have.
Yeah, you gotta write an actual script now, rather than just writing it on the toilet 5 minutes before we start.
Oh, I'll still write it on the toilet 5 minutes before we start.
Just now with the thought of school announcement. Okay, I'm gonna give you a countdown. 3, 2, 1.
Hello, and welcome to Dicebreakers, a D&D podcast and stream with mostly accurate rules and inconsistent character voices. I'm Alex, your host and DM, and with me are Greg, Purdy, Mark, Simon, and Joe, my wonderful players. How are you all doing after your little break?
Cool.
Tremendously well, thank you.
I'm full of demons.
Well, yeah,
What?
that's true.
I
That's
bashed my
true.
arm at something, but other than that.
He asked what had changed.
Wow.
No, he asked, how are you doing?
What's changing is I'm slowly letting the demons escape.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's
So
I'm
before-
glad you're there and I'm here.
Before the break, we were introduced to all of the new characters who travelled across the land of Zhel, some of them less than others, to get to, and I will give it its full name, the Dilrak and Strangelings Academy for the Arcane Arts and Martial Proficiency. They met up in their new apartment and had some conversation about where they're from and who they are, finding all sorts of differences between with them and then some similarities as well. Also meeting a girl from next door called... How have I already forgotten that one?
Damn.
Called Gail, who seemed meek and didn't really like her own roommates, so seemed to want to hang out with them. They decided that on the Sunday, they would travel out into the city and have a little look around, exploring the old clock tower, which is where they are now, and potentially going for a little bit of shopping before moving on to the Monday, where they will have a campus tour. So, we are currently standing in front of the old clock tower, which I've already said is derelict, not necessarily dilapidated, but it's breaking down in its own right. And there is this little wall sort of encircling it with a little plaque saying what it is, and no one particularly
Is a wall.
paying much attention. Yes, not really paying much attention to it. Like I said, there's no real guards around apart from the ones in the sky. It's just sort of there, and you're looking at it. And behind you is, of course, Dilrak Dreams Again.
Dilrak Dreams.
Dugnack Dreams Again. the name of the bloody university. Dugnack Dreams Again, which people are coming in and out of. It is around lunchtime, so it seems people are. You've gone just after lunch, I think. So,
As
people
opposed
are-
to a square lunchtime.
Yes. So people are coming in and out of there. It seems a lot of guards do actually like sort of going in there.
Am I the only one taking this sign as a challenge?
For once, even I'm feeling like a bit of a challenge. I just want
To clarify, there is no sign that says "Do not enter."
Oh, no, there is now.
Replace sign with fence.
I'm sorry, just a little cat head in the back in the corner.
Licking
Oh, yeah.
herself. Yeah. Can't see it on stream, but she's
Wait, why is-
aggressively cleaning herself in the bottom
Oh,
corner.
I was like, what is she doing?
I
thought it was
just
a
looked
dick or
up to
something,
Greg's
I was like,
camera
what
and just in the corner with his face going like this.
Yeah.
Headbanging.
Anyways, what are you doing? Are you going to go to the?
Guys, do you mind if we head to the Ducknack stream again?
Yeah, that sounds good with
Have
me.
you been there before? Oh, social media. Yeah, yes. Yes, I would. I'd
Have
be
you been
interested.
there before?
But you said you're going to go to Duck Stream again. Yeah.
No, that's the name of the pub.
Oh, I see. I see.
think it's
Oh,
another
well, yes.
thing.
I don't. Any particular reason? I mean, it looks quite nice, but you know.
Well, it was owned by Elsie's great aunt, and then she took it on when she
Are we-
died, and it's slowly gone down the line, I think.
Oh, I see. Oh, and then, yes. Oh, okay. I'd be quite interested. Yes, why not?
Are we going to be
Would you like to
hearing
do a bit of
about Elsie a
sightseeing?
lot?
Yeah, absolutely.
You go over to Duckneck Dreams again and step inside, and for you as players, it looks very similar to how Duckneck's Dream looked before, but it has definitely been modernized with the
Modernized.
has been monogrammed, modernized with the money that would have been after the attack, and it's been many, many years, so it's gone through what seems
Wait,
to
it
be
got
many
rebuilt,
iterations.
didn't it?
Yeah.
So it wouldn't have even been modernized, it would just be new.
No, I mean,
We're also 423 years in the future,
Oh, yeah, but you know what I mean.
so it's been modernized a little bit.
As players, we don't actually know it because we never
No,
knew
you
it.
don't. I'm
We
No,
built-
saying,
characters we don't.
I'm saying, as players you do, as characters you don't. There's a difference.
No, I'm saying as players we won't because it wasn't even rebuilt when we were playing.
No, I know. I'm
True.
just saying.
It would be the
from
dark-
how it used to
But
look.
you never.
Anyway,
Anyway.
you walk inside. It is a very classic pub look. There is a roaring fire over on the side because it's fairly cold outside. It's sort of a cool 12 degrees, I'd say, centigrade outside, which is, nice sort of autumn-esque weather. The sun's up in the sky, and this fire is sort of roaring in the corner, keeping the place nice and cozy. There are plenty of tables of varying sizes all over the main floor of the pub, the inn, the tavern, one might call it, which are surrounded plenty of ASMR. In fact, majority ASMR, it seems, and some ASMR guard, which is odd because those of you who know about sort of genealogy and the different races would know that ASMR don't really eat that much. They don't have to eat that much, but there's quite a lot of ASMR in here, happily enjoying these big pies that you haven't really seen before. There are some stairs that lead upstairs to presumably some...
The stairs lead upstairs.
They do, to presumably some sort of
They could lead
rooms, maybe for
downstairs.
staying, maybe some meeting rooms, something like that. And opposite you, there is a very long bar with multiple people working behind it, multiple servers running in and out. There's just a lot of business flowing. You sort of standing in the entrance, which I'm not sure how long you stand there for, is kind of an inconvenience, it seems, to most people who are trying to sort of move around you, because there's like a big influx of people coming in and going out.
Neither would head to the bar.
It's about, I'd say, 1 o'clock. You guys had lunch at your refectory before you came. I believe I said that you did all that stuff sort of after lunch. So you have already eaten, though, of course. It's your
How
choice.
busy is it?
Very. There are
Oh.
tables available that you could squeeze onto, but not many. They're like over in the corner.
I'll wait
I
outside.
tell you what. Why don't we come back here later on and have a bite to eat?
That sounds good, actually.
Those
I was just going to
pies
get us all
are-
drinks.
Well,
There's too many people.
let's do it later when we can sit down and enjoy it properly.
Agreed. Actually, that would be a nice refreshment after all the shopping we're going to do.
That's a good idea. Let's go for a shop and then we'll come back here on the way back to the uni.
So we're okay. Are we currently at the bar though, having this conversation?
You'd be sort of like at the entrance unless you've moved.
Yeah, so just put just to one side so people can squeeze past it.
Okay, I'll see if I can kind of like flag down either the person behind the bar or a server going past, if possible.
As you sort of walk further in, I mean, you are very small compared to you're sort of being lost a little bit in the rush of people. You get up to the bar. I mean, the bar is taller than you. and the spa stalls are not a convenient thing. It would not be a graceful climb, put it that way, to get up to. So it's your choice how you try and get the attention of somebody.
I'll wave my my version of mage hand kind of above the bar. So you guys would see Cromwell kind of take out his little kind of driftwood wand, and kind of from it would spring like about a similar length, maybe like a foot long, slightly see-through, translucent purple tentacle would just kind of slithering out of it, detach from it with like a and start like waving about as he kind of waves his wand. He's like, "Hello, hello."
So you see this head sort of like poke his head over, like, oh, obviously getting the attention. I was going to bring up visuals. Just give me 1 second on that, because there's a million different things open at the same time. Probably that one. So you see what presumably is quite a tall, maybe 6'2", 6'3" figure, with very chiseled cheekbones, quite broad shoulders, this black slicked back hair, brownish hazel eyes, who leans over and sort of looks down and sees her, like, oh, can I help you?
I had a couple of questions. We're new in town. We're new students at the university, and we've not been here before. And you seem really busy. So my first question is, if we want to come back later, is there a way of like we give you our names and a time that we're going to be here, and you could hold the table or something like that?
We don't usually take bookings, but I mean, if you're keen to, I guess I could make a note. No guarantee though. If we have to fill up all the tables, we have to fill up all the tables.
That's fine. So just chance it. And so I guess I then have 3 questions. So this is like the sub question is there like a time where it's best? Like, are you particularly not busy on a Wednesday afternoon or something?
Busy most of the time. I mean, if you want to come when there's no one here, then in between meal times, maybe breakfast.
Yeah, no, that's great. And then the actual second question was, we got a poster or like a this massive like flyer for something called an Arliston Ben Fayal. I just wondered if you would know who or what that is.
Oh God, my brother would know this better. It's something to do with the bloody university. They have some year-long competition. I don't know the details. I'm sorry.
It's like but it's over the whole year. It's not like a obstacle course in the morning.
I think so. I don't know.
Okay.
We don't get lots of university students in here, I'm going to be honest.
Oh, well, that's a surprise because you run a lovely establishment. I think my friend over there is very keen to eat here. She likes the person who Nan owned it, something like that. But thank you for all of your help.
You're welcome. Do you want to buy anything?
Well, you seem super busy, so we're gonna come back when less busy, between a mealtime, like you said.
Okay, cool.
And
I don't mean to be rude, but lots of people are trying to,
yeah, that's why we're going.
Justice,
so I appreciate your help. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry to be
He goes back
inconvenient.
over and he's already gone at this point, talking to some other customer, getting some drinks and stuff.
I will leave if everyone else has left.
Macy's been waiting outside the whole time.
So are all of you leaving then?
Yep.
Yes. What did he say, Cromwell?
He said that they don't do bookings, so we can't like leave our names and a time that we want to be here. But between meal times is the best time to come to eat, which it seems like you wanted to do. And the second thing was that I asked him if he knew what the Arliston Ben Fayal thing was, and he said that his brother would know more, but he didn't tell me who his brother was. But that it's a year-long competition at the university. And then he also said, Neva, that they don't get many students at their establishment.
Oh,
So
That
the
seems
food,
strange.
the food might not actually be all that good if not many people go.
I'm sure
Well,
it'll be
interestingly,
fine.
It might be because you get free food at the university anyway. So why would you come out here and pay extra?
I must admit, I was wondering that the free food is huge.
It is, but I wouldn't mind trying one of those pies at some point. It was a bit of a change, Looks interesting. I like new experiences, Anyway, for now, shall we go for a little wander in the city then?
Yes, please.
Sounds good to me.
So we wanted to go to the mall, did you? What's it called? Zybar, is it? Something like that?
I'm sorry that we won't get to do our obstacle course. It sounds like Samir. We would have had that in the bag.
It's unclear to me why I would have been.
Why you would have been what?
bringing you with me.
Oh, just sometimes it's like a duo thing, right?
Yes, so like a team event.
Like a
you
team.
mean,
And I just thought you're probably big and strong enough by yourself to do it, but you might need to have a second person. And then you'd just be able to like put me on your shoulders, and then you'd be able to.
2
Like,
years
then I'd be
later.
like, yes, man.
How are
2
we
years
supposed to?
later. 2 years later, a potential use for that T-shirt of throwing or whatever the hell it was
Yeah.
that you got 2 campaigns ago.
How are we supposed to be participating in this extra credit thing anyway? If like I have a
There's
class,
a meeting on Wednesday. We have to go along Wednesday
Find
morning.
out later then.
I have a class.
We don't have classes.
Stop the
No, we
feeding.
don't have classes this week. They
No,
start
no.
next week.
The voice from above told us.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Your timetable would tell you that
It says
next
it in the
week
timetable.
Next week is more of like orientation, so there's just various things going
This
on.
week, yes, is orientation. What he said.
I'm just loving Alex saying things and then saying them in game.
Whatever works. So you walk past, go south from where you currently are through a few houses. There's mostly like shops and things around here, but it seems a few patches of larger, possibly more expensive houses. But eventually you break through from these houses and just see this gigantic building. I mean, it must be 4, maybe 5 stories tall. You can't see how far it goes like round, but it you would assume that it's, the size of hundreds of houses. And on the front just has this sort of big metallic, maybe wrought iron kind of sign, which is coloured on the front, that just says Zebra Mall, and there's this big entrance and windows all over and people coming in and going out of the front.
Where are we entering from? Is it from in the city? Is there a not like a Etch's whole thing?
So where you have come out from down from the tower would be like the main front entrance of the mall, and as you go in, the first thing you would see, assume you're going in, is this giant sort of like food court type area with a big platform in the middle with tons of tables and lots of different small restaurants around the side. And you can see further across, there's, I don't know why my camera's lagging, you can see further into the mall, there's tons and tons of shops all around this bottom floor, these stairs going up, multiple, you can see it goes really high up, like multiple stairs with just tons of the kind of floors where there is like it's all, the whole thing is kind of like a balcony style. There's a hole going the whole straight way, there's a hole going straight through the entire building to the floor. Hey, there you go. I just tripped over that one a little bit. So you can see all the way up to all these different shops. I mean, like, it's the kind of place where you could probably find multiples of any kinds of shop and go to any of them. So it really depends on what you're looking for.
I was talking about Edge's cutout shop.
Oh, so in terms of the aesthetics, you'd have to go. You don't see that straight away,
Okay.
but you'd have to go slightly further in if you wanted to see anything a bit more.
Is there a map of the mall? Sometimes they have on the, they have like a.
Yeah, they
there's
always
a
have this sign like this. You are here thing.
Yeah, there's a sign that says you are here, and then like the different floors and all the different shops.
Certainly,
Ooh,
this one
anybody
starts
interested
tracking
in-
you as you move.
Anybody interested in any particular shop, or should you just want to wander around? What do you fancy?
Music
Don't
shop
know
would
what
be
shops
good.
are here.
I mean, there's shops for everything, going from clothing shops to sort of like specialty food shops. There's nothing like, no blacksmiths or like any of those kinds of shops. It's more
Retail.
retail, yeah. Possibly like a couple of magical item shops, maybe like a specific clock shop. A very classic thing in England, I guarantee it's not in the USA, is a shop that does both key cutting and shoe repairs.
Yeah.
Don't ask why those two go together. I don't know.
I've never really.
It's extremely common.
Yes.
I never thought of that. I never thought of that as being a British thing. I just assumed that was a.
No, most certainly is not a world thing.
They also do engravings and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. The hell?
That's fine. But yeah, there's tons of every kind.
And
of
watch repairs as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Watch
sometimes some watch repairs.
Not always, but sometimes.
But then there's normally a kiosk outside. Anyway, so yeah, there's all sorts of things, and like I said, it smells really good in this opening area. It's a mix of lots of different smells coming. There's people sitting in this middle bit having lunch, but there's all sorts of different styles of flavoring. You look around and recognize, some food styles of your own home countries. In some place, probably not from Elesdwin, but like a little
They're
bit
like a
from
little Fluari.
Yeah,
Little Fluari
a couple
area.
of those. Exactly. There's probably like a place called like Little Mellow or something that's just like, maybe it's good, maybe it's bad, you don't know. But there's just tons of food.
They're never
Is
that
there an
good.
overtop wine shop?
So having a look through, what do you mean over top?
Over the top, I meant.
Oh, over the top. Having a look on this particular sort of "you are here" thing, it seems 3 floors up. There is it just says like I don't have a title for the shop. It'll be Griswold's Wines, and it's the only one that mentions wines.
Oh, Maisie, shall we go there?
Absolutely not.
Why not? Mum and Dad wouldn't let us bring any with us.
I'm not a big wine drinker myself, I'm afraid, but if you want to go, I'm happy to come along.
I want to find the.
Well, I want to go. I want to get at least a bottle or two.
I just want to find the music shop.
We'll do that one first.
Please tell me they're on very different floors. Maybe like across the whole mall.
But I think we should get any wine bottles, we should get them later because they're going to be heavy to carry around, aren't we?
Mm-hmm.
So we'll
Yeah, agree with that
come
one.
back this way. This is quite close to the entrance, so we'll come back this way on the way out, shall we?
Be
Wine shop's on the 3rd
interested
floor.
to see if there are magic items for sale anywhere.
So, music shop, magic items, wine. Is that it?
I think so. Unless you want to get anything for the room, like as
A
I say,
kettle.
a kettle or so on, something you can use in the room. There has to be something we can.
A kettle.
So do we have? Is there such a thing as? I mean, that music machine we had implies there's some kind of power source. Alex,
Magical battery power.
So say again. I was getting my notes.
I would say that music player in the room implies there's some kind of power source.
You would be aware that things that run on that have a form of magical battery that doesn't really seem to run dry.
So we could. It's
Small things.
You could get it, equivalent of an electric kettle kind of thing. So
You assume you haven't really seen electric kettles. Where you're from, you'd put them over fire. So you don't know if they exist.
Let's find out then. If we go somewhere that does sort of houseware, that kind of stuff, they'll tell us if such a thing exists.
Okay, just so you're aware as well. Just finishing what I'm writing. So you've got Griswold Wines. You mentioned a music shop. There is Acoustic Styles, which is on the 2nd floor.
Cool.
And for the magic items, there is a place called the Mystery Shack, which is on the 1st floor.
When we say 1st floor, we're talking American.
We're talking American. Sorry, I will always reference things in American because there will be a larger audience to hear for that.
Okay.
So that
Mystery
means it's on
shack?
the wrong floor. We gotta go up.
Do we work from the top down or from the bottom up?
Well, what's the heaviest item we're going to buy? What do you want to buy from the music shop?
Cassettes. I just want to see if there's any new musicians around here that I haven't heard of.
Well, too heavy, are they? So should we go to start with that one on the top then and work our way down?
That's middle. Top is wine, bottom is household.
I don't think the 3rd floor's the top, is it?
But it's higher skill based.
Out of the three that we're...
Was there anything you wanted to get, Samir?
Let's go get some wine first.
I'll have a look around.
All right, Joe. We'll just wander slowly through. So, okay then. Wine first, as you said.
Yeah. If we all get separated, we'll meet back here at the bottom of the stairs in like an hour.
Well, I would say
if we get separated.
If we get separated, we'll meet at the bottom of the hour or the top of the hour. So either past or at the top. If there's nobody here, you can just bugger off and come back again at the top of the hour, bottom of the hour, until we're all together again. Okay?
Sounds good to us.
As you walk further into the mall, the first and most obvious thing of all the shops is one particular shop that just does not seem to fit in with the rest. And it wasn't actually on the map. It appears to be some kind of blacksmith, which is weird because it does not fit the rest of it. And it does have like a front to it. It seems as though it would have been an open shop, but it has been forced to have like a glass front to it that then leads to the actual front of it in the style of like brick and building of 400 years ago. It's an old building, some sort of weird blacksmith. It doesn't have a name over the top of it. And there does appear to be somebody working in there, but there's no sort of patrons or anything.
I wonder what that is.
What the hell is that?
It looks more like a display than anything. It looks less like a shop and more like a display.
Looks like a relic is what it looks like.
I wonder if it's one of the original buildings from around here.
Hey, do you think it's like a museum kind of thing? Because that'd be interesting. I'm really interested in the history.
Can we go have a look?
But yeah.
I suppose.
Yeah, if you want to.
You walk over to this strange blacksmith type thing, and there is somebody working inside, working away, just making some sort of, a bladed weapon. It seems to be a curved blade, and they seem to be working very intently. They've got a forge going in the background, and they're sort of hammering away at this. In terms of door, there is like an opening in the glass that leads through to this sort of a shop. It's not particularly inviting, but it does seem as though you could walk in.
Neither will walk in.
I was going to say, I'll step into the open area and say, hello?
Greg, do you have a description for anyone, or shall I?
I don't. Go ahead.
So the person working in there is just this big, strong, orcish-looking character. Probably half-orc, just from the general features. Like a lightish green skin, a fairly strong jaw with small protruding teeth, wearing these small pair of glasses that seem to be just helping see whatever they're looking at. They're wearing a big leather apron with presumably no top underneath, big muscle showing off with all sorts of burn marks and scars and tattoos all over the top, and then these big heavy trousers with all sorts of pockets with a belt with a hammer in it and all sorts of tools and things bashing away. And as you walk in and say hello, they look around, sort of seem to blink slightly at the light because it's very dark in here, bring up the glasses and say, oh, hello, can I help you?
Afternoon. I mean, what time is it? Afternoon. We just couldn't help but notice. We're new at the university. We're just sort of looking around. Couldn't help noticing this is really picturesque, if that's not a rude way of putting it. A really interesting looking shop, and just wondered what the story was. It doesn't really match in with the rest.
Does it have a name? Does the black?
I think it did at one point, but I don't remember.
Give it one.
The sketch and etch.
Huh? Etch
The
sketch?
sketch and etch.
No, the sketch and etch. No.
The Etch-a-Sketch. It probably was called like the Etch-a-Sketch at some point.
Sure, let's call it that.
How about the Etchery?
The etchery,
Oh, the
sure.
etchery.
He's like, it's welcome to the Etchery. It's a blacksmith. It looks a little odd, I know, but my boss, Mr. Vasfayas, he never wanted to update the place, didn't want to sell it. It's been here for years and years. I've not been here for years and years.
Well, it's a really interesting looking place. Is it older than the mall? It looks like it is.
By many years. A few hundred.
So,
One of the original buildings built here.
how come it wasn't pulled down when they built the mall then? Everybody else, everything else has gone, hasn't it?
Well, Mr. Vastfast doesn't talk about it much, but seems as though he didn't want to sell it, but they wanted to build them all, so still there.
I see. That's really interesting. Oh, well, I don't want to disturb your work. I didn't want to disturb your work. Do you mind if you just have a little look around for a moment or two?
Well, it is a shop.
Oh, that's really kind. Thank you. I'll just have a little look. It's really, really interesting.
So, in terms of it being a shop, there is a couple racks of like simple weaponry, but it seems as though like a lot of them that are on like the selling rack are completely blunted weaponry. Like it's not really usable, it's more memento stuff. And to be fair, a lot of them have very fancy looking, maybe gilded handles, and it's the sort of thing that you'd really like to have up on your wall, but it would be absolutely useless to actually try and use. You can see there's another section sort of slightly further back, slightly hidden, which has more weaponry that does not seem like it's for sale. Presumably maybe sharp weaponry, maybe it's failed projects, you don't know. And there's no real prices on anything. They kind of just seem to be made and plonked. And there's a little bit you can see where there's some things in progress. And a little sort of stack of papers, which if you sort of vaguely peer, you can see it looks like custom orders from people.
Really
Good
interesting.
shop.
This is a really interesting little place, isn't it? I love it. I mean, I don't use weapons myself very much, but I can appreciate the workmanship. Look how fine it is.
There's certainly a lot of them.
Did you make? I'll talk to the blacksmith. Did you make all of these?
Not all of them. I make a lot of them. Mr. Vastfast does come back and make some stuff himself, although that's usually not for sale.
Oh, right. What does he make then? Is he just like a hobby, is it?
Well, I mean, he's always made stuff. Some things, I don't know where it goes. Some things seem to be sold. He's definitely sold some things to some adventurers, very particular about who he sells to.
Oh, I see.
He works on some bits and pieces which he takes away. They're not stored here. Some very interesting and intricate pieces. Every now and again, he comes in with a weapon that he'll not show me. Seems like he needs to work on it, and then he'll leave the weapon, but seems to have taken something. And what that is, the weapon will be, fairly nicely crafted, always different, but
Great. Sounds quite interesting, quite mysterious.
Sounds like a weird guy.
Alex, would we know the name Vasquez? Like, would that be fairly clear that it's Etch who was on the council? Did stuff with that
for
name?
you, not
I would
really.
think-
No,
I wouldn't know.
no. Like Vastfast is an elven name, so without a first, it's kind of reference. Like me saying, Mr. Smith. Not that common, but like you wouldn't necessarily know it's the person that you know that's called Mr. Smith. Well, so yeah, I mean, he mostly is working down at the uni, so.
Yeah, that's interesting. We've just started there.
Oh,
Yeah, professor.
Is he like a professor, or does he work?
As a
on
professor, yes.
Oh, what does he teach?
This is where I have it on here.
Hematology and blacksmithing, I believe.
Teaches blacksmithing and I don't know what the other one's called.
Hemocraft.
I know what it's called. He doesn't know what it's called. Something, I don't know.
Do you know what the Arliston Benfayal is?
It's a competition of some kind.
Like, but like when you say competition, like a combat competition? I was just wondering if.
I never went to the uni.
Okay, I was just
I'm not Mr.
thinking
Vastface's protege.
I was just thinking like having a blacksmith as like a sponsor would be really good. If
And
it
who
was.
is his protege?
Did you say hemocraft? Is that what you were trying to say?
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah.
I think I might know what you're talking about, actually.
Well,
That's something to do with blood, isn't it?
Yeah. And I'm presuming that Carl would know a bit about the history of the Strangelings.
you'd be aware, I mean, hemocraft is something that doesn't really come up that often. It seems as though the information is very sparse and very referential, almost like it's the sort of thing that doesn't get released.
No, exactly. So I was thinking that therefore, he would only come across it in one particular instance, wouldn't he?
Potentially.
But would just in general, I'm assuming that because of his background and so on, he would know about he wouldn't know the details, but he'd know about.
You'd be aware that Hemocraft
No,
is
but he'd know who the Strangelings were.
Oh yeah.
So you'd be able to put two and two together, presume.
Potentially, it would make sense,
Should
but
we do a history?
yeah, roll a history.
I'll do a history. 21.
Yeah, I mean, you'd put the Vesvias probably Echelion. You don't know if it's the same Vesvias. Could be like descended down the line. Could not be. Be aware the Hemocraft is blood magic, and that was the specialty of Etch when the Strangelings were strong and fighting.
So yeah, I think
I think that was Simon brushing up against the microphone.
Oh, sorry.
It's fine.
So yeah, I think. Do you know how long he's had the shop for?
Hundreds of years.
It was the same chap. Well, perhaps how often did he come? Well, we'll probably see him at the uni, won't we? Oh, don't worry about it. He'll be back. He'll be here for a long time.
He's not usually out front. I mean, a lot of this is the stuff I work with. There's more equipment behind.
Oh, not to worry then. That's okay. Thank you. That's really interesting.
You want to buy anything?
I can't afford anything just at the moment. Thank you. I don't really have a use for. I don't know if Samir wants anything. You're doing combat, aren't you?
No, I'm good.
Are there any cool daggers?
Yeah, there's quite a few nice-looking daggers around. Or should I say, there's quite a few daggers around. Like in this rack of blunted daggers, which you can see, like you could jab your hand and you might get a little bruise, but there's not going to do much. But those ones do have. Some of them do have some like nicer handles. You can see. Give me a perception.
Not bad. 12.
You can see in this sort of like back rack sort of thing, there's definitely some fancier things. You think maybe you can see like a smaller dagger-sized blade sticking out of somewhere, and that one looks sharp, but you can't really see it. And it's kind of like in an area that you feel as though if you walk past, you might get torn off. You know.
There's something back there that I'm interested in. Do you mind if I take a look?
Depends on what you're looking at. A lot of those are custom orders. What are you interested in?
There's one that looks really sharp back there that I want to look at.
And he walks back and sort of points at certain things, and you go, no, and then points
a
at
little more
this little
left.
dagger. And he takes it out, and he sort of brings it over, and you see it's this beautifully crafted dagger. The blade itself is a sort of Damascus steel style, with these wonderful patterns. You know Damascus steel.
Mm-hmm.
So these wonderful patterns etched up the up it, which comes down into into sort of a thinning, which has a bit of white gold style silvery metal around the hilt. Just before the hilt, that has sort of fancy cutouts in it, and there's a small hilt bends forwards with some fancy etchings onto it, and the handle itself has a little bit of like a gold circle. It's kind of an ovular shape-ish with a gold circle at the top, middle, and bottom, and it's carved white wood with sort of straight lines coming down. It's kind of hard to describe. Like if you cut into the profile of it, it would kind of look like a rounded star with multiple points. So it sort of comes down, and at the very base, there's a bit of like a bulging pommel with that sort of continued wrapping round shape. All of this sort of like very light colors, sort of white wood and white gold. It seems extremely fancy. He's also brought over a hilt that goes with it. There's this lovely deep leather, sheath. This sort of lovely deep leather, deep brown leather with a little sort of like the light catches it, a bit of a red tinge that has the same sort of white gold metal at the top and the bottom with a similar fancy sort of cuts in the bottom and a little jewel just placed at the top, just sort of for extra decoration. Sort of dark bluish maybe. It's hard to tell with not much light on it.
It's beautiful. Is it a custom order or is it available? approaches?
This is a custom order, yes. I mean, it's possible to get something made like this. I did make this one myself in particular. It's not a cheap one. It is extremely sharp. It was made for, I probably shouldn't give out the details, but it's been made specially.
It's a beautiful
It's,
piece.
yeah.
Great job.
Beautiful work. You're obviously a very skilled. Well, I was going to say blacksmith, but more like a metal worker, really.
Well, yeah, blacksmith.
Maybe
Is
after
it-
some more
This
training, I'll come back here and commission something myself.
How much-
Is it enchanted?
This one, no, it's not enchanted.
Is that something that you offer?
Not me. I mean, these blades are ready to be enchanted if needed, but it's not something I can do.
How much would a dagger like that one you've got there cost?
This one in particular, because it's custom, I believe it's somewhere in the realm of 700 to 800 gold pieces.
What?
If
Okay,
this was one one similar to this off the rack, tends to be lower at about 300, 350 if it's not custom.
It's a bargain. If I had anywhere near that kind of money, I'd certainly consider it. But I haven't, so I won't. But it's lovely.
Well, don't think we're getting anything from here now, but nice to visit. I'll keep you in
Yes,
mind.
thank you very much for all your help. It's very kind of you. I didn't mean to disturb you.
If your boss would like to sponsor some contestants in the Arlington, that would be you. But then you could give him my name, and that would be cool. If it's like a year-long thing, we could like advertise for you. If it's like a big competition.
It's not where you have to talk to Mr. Vasfers about that. That's not my call.
Certainly, if he's a professor, he probably has students that he already wants to sponsor, right?
Could be, I don't know.
Yeah, we could be those people.
I don't think any
Oh,
of us
feels-
are in his
Do
class.
any of us
little
have
bit.
lessons with him?
I think it would be a
No,
bit
I
weird for
suppose-
him to be sponsoring specific
I don't
students
think
in
so,
a
no.
university-run competition, surely.
I suppose none of us took his class either, so
I'm not aware of
we
any.
won't be his favourites.
I don't think anybody else is doing hema thingy or blacksmithing.
Hema
either.
class.
Mythology, hemocraft.
I don't even remember seeing it on the list of things.
Hema,
that you take.
comedian.
Anyways,
To a
Other
music
shots.
shop, I think.
So you step out of here and go up the many stairs that it takes to get up to the third floor of the mall. Are you going to the music shop or are you going to the...
I think we were working top down.
It's wine first, isn't it?
Okay, so
Wine.
Greswold's
Yeah.
Wines, which is this very over-the-top fancy store. It's got a black frontage, with this sort of very fancy, almost unreadable writing that says Greswold's Wines. And inside, it's all very dark, lots of like reds and blacks colors, and all sorts of wine around the edges with these underlit bottles. And sort of at the back, you can see this one person. So very, very low down ponçoir, or however the hell you say that word.
What?
Those sort of those
Ponce.
glasses that
Ponce.
Ponce, that sort of those little glasses that grab onto the nose, wearing a very fancy suit with a red tie, sort of sitting at the back and making some notes. And as you step in, you're not really dressed, I think, for what's
not step
expected.
in, I will stay outside.
Fair enough. This person sort of says, "Hello, can I assist you?"
Good afternoon. Do you have any Montgomery Cartwright?
We got in a carriage this week, in fact, yes.
Oh,
Are
good.
you
Which
looking
ones
for
do you
anything in
have?
particular? I mean, when you say which ones you have, I know you have them written down and have not given that list to me.
We don't
we
yet, I
don't.
don't think.
Have you not?
we planned
We
it,
were
but
saying about doing it, but we didn't actually
Okay.
do it, I don't think.
We will be nondescript on the names for now, then, so you don't have to.
Okay.
rush it. He steps over. As you like the way you presented yourself here, you can see he's more comfortable that you are the right blood for this kind of a thing, and takes you over to a particular shelf that you can see stacked up with his very recognizable labels: Montgomery Cartwright Winery, and lots of different styles, mostly reds, a couple whites. And points to it and says, "Well, this is the selection we have available at the moment."
Ah, thank you. We'll have 2 of them and 3 of them, please.
Okay, just takes them. It seems to, as you ask them, out of the jacket, just pulls out these little white gloves, these sort of velvety white gloves, and puts them on. Grabs these bottles, takes them over to the counter, and wraps them in a particular sort of like fancy. Maybe it's like bubble wrap, but kind of made out of like a vegetation style.
Like seaweed.
Kind of like seaweed, just because they don't have bubble wrap. Wraps them up, puts them very carefully into a it's kind of like each one goes into a wooden box that slides up. You can see there's under the desk there must be lots of custom panels. This one is a Montgomery Cartwright custom panel that slides into this box, puts them down, and then looks down to the thing. Yes, that'll be 210 gold pieces.
Neva, you got your card on you?
You are Neva.
Maybe.
Oh my god.
They
You've called.
told you these names gonna get mixed
You've
up.
called Maisie Neva more than you've called Maisie Maisie.
I know. I've always mixed these names up from like day one.
I don't want any of the bottles, so
Just
I
call
don't
yourself.
think I put enough money on my card.
I mean, just for your information, in terms of the card and the bank account links to it, you would have, and this is of course your choice. You would have 2 cards and on you. One is your money, and one is family card.
Oh, okay. So they've got 2 cards on them. She'll just pass the family
But
card
like you've
over.
been told not to use the family card, but like
She cares.
Exactly. So you hand the card, and he takes it right. Just takes down the information, hands back the card, and just has this. Like,
Did he not notice the name on the card?
I mean, it's one of these things where the cards are set up in such a way that you would not be able to have it if you were not supposed to have it. They kind of like they have their own inherent sort of ID system that it's your card for the family account.
Yeah,
But
I
won't
think-
it have our family name on it?
Oh, I see. I think through professionalism, or maybe not, who knows, there is no reaction.
Oh, good.
So just
does
takes
this man
down,
have a
writes down
curly
the information.
mustache?
Yes, a very small curly mustache that sort of just peeks up
Pencil
a little bit.
thin.
And there's like puts them all in this very fancy, like over the top kind of black bag, which folds out and puts you said about 4 bottles, puts them in there, hands that over to you. It's extremely heavy because it's full of wood and wine and all that kind of stuff. Just hands that over to you, and
Thank you.
for the Samir, you would not be particularly perturbed by this. For Kale and Cromwell, especially Cromwell, as far as you're aware, there wasn't really any payment. Neva just sort of gave a card that was then given back, and now they're walking out the store with the thing. You would see through it. It's a glass front, so you see the interaction. So it doesn't look like she's actually paid for anything, just sort of walking out with the wine.
Neva, can I
Yeah.
ask you a couple of questions actually? The first one I was thinking was couldn't help but notice that the name on the wine label is the same as your name. Is your family to do with the wine business then?
Yeah, they own it.
Oh, I see. Oh, interesting. So it's like a family wine. That's really nice. But the other question I had was, see, normally when you buy something, at least back in Lesdrin, you sort of give money over, and they give some change if there's any change to come, and then you take the goods, But you didn't actually I didn't see any money exchange hands per se. I was wondering.
You saying I didn't pay for it?
Well, no, I'm wondering how you pay, because you obviously did. Otherwise, a nice man would have been chasing after you, waving his corkscrew or something. But obviously
She gets a card out. I'm like, I use this.
that's very nice. It's a sort of card, then, is it? How does it work?
They take the information and it gets taken from the bank.
Okay, that's a new one on me. That's interesting. So how'd you get hold of that then?
We both have one, and we have a family one each as well.
That's a clever idea. So you don't have to carry around a big bag of gold
discussing
coins
this.
then. It's like a sort of like a
I'm
note.
just gonna. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna nip into the shop again.
You nip into the shop with the way you're dressed up. Is a little bit of a different reaction, but still a professional reaction from the manager. Like, can I assist you?
Sure.
There's that sort of like, you're not going to be able to afford anything in here kind of a vibe. Can I assist you?
Yeah, I was just wondering if you had anything a bit stronger than what you've got kind of displayed on the front.
We tend to only hold wines. If you're looking for a strong wine, we have a couple of items, but it depends on what strength you're looking for.
Well, I mean, that really depends what you've got.
He takes you over to sort of one of the back, sort of further back corners where there's a few fancy named bottles, and he takes out one in particular and says, well, this is the strongest we have. A particularly sharp and earthy wine. We want to be enjoyed with sort of strong meat flavor.
Sure.
Tends to be had in small amounts, not large glasses as would be expected from other red wines. If you are interested.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. He, obviously holding it still with those white sort of felt gloves, takes it round, packages it all up in the same way as before, puts it down and says, right, that'll be 60 gold pieces.
Okay.
So you grab some money out of a
Yes, I
pocket.
do.
You grab some money out of the pocket, and all of you from the outside watching this see Samir grab the money, start to sort of do it forwards, and then just immediately like grabs his head like some kind of extreme migraine has just like instantly happened. His entire body tenses up, and then he pulls his arm back, and then it seems to sort of like release for a second. Also, it sort of seems to release the pain and sort of just like grabbing his head like, ow, you know, sort of
Neve will
that
pop
hurt
her
a
head in.
that hurt a fair bit.
Samir, you okay?
Yeah, that's fine. No, I've I've changed my mind. I'm good, thanks. Yeah.
If you want it, we can buy it for you.
No, it's fine. No, it's fine. Thanks. I'm good.
You sure?
Mm-hmm.
So the guys are standing like, do you still wish to purchase?
No, I said I changed my mind.
Oh, you see him sort of like, fine, sort of unpackages everything, takes the wine back to where it was, and you know,
Okay.
sort of goes back to sitting in the corner.
Well, see you around, I guess. Just leave the shop.
Yes. And you step out of the shop. So you'd still be sort of like rubbing your temple a little bit.
Are you sure you're okay?
Yep.
You look like you had a bit of a headache or something there for a moment. You haven't got a problem, have you?
No, it was fine. It was fine.
Okay. Well, if you do need anything, just say.
I won't, but thank you.
Okay. So fair enough. Fair enough then. If that's fine. So anyway, right, that's very
You go
clever.
down a floor to Acoustic Styles, which is a very indie shop. I mean, it's one of these shops where you walk in, there's immediately a counter on the right, and the entire thing is it's a fairly long shop, quite thin, and there's just like guitars like the entire way down all of the walls. At the back you can kind of see some pianos. And at the front there's like a load of record discs as well as tapes and t-shirts and sort of merch, various things, quite a large section of all that kind of stuff stacked up as well. And as you walk in, there's a guy who's got this extremely high top knot, this very scruffy beard. He's wearing this loose t-shirt and sort of these cargo
Alex.
trousers. It's one of like a proper like big man bun style top knot. He's wearing these cargo trousers and he walks in as you're in. He's like, "Oh, yo, what's up? How can I help you?"
Oh,
Anti-Ground Strider.
it is. Any new stuff? coming?
He's wearing a t-shirt with like some band that you probably recognize, like metal band's logo on it.
Anything new stuff come in lately?
New from when? I don't know when you last came in here.
Oh, I haven't been in here. I just mean just like in general.
Oh, well, there's a few things. I mean, like in the new section, you see there's just like a section that's just new.
Very helpful. We'll go check it out.
No worries, man.
Alex, I need you to generate
see
a
if
few.
You can sell your shirt here.
Shh. I'm gonna do it later. Try to buy a lot of stuff.
You need me to generate names of bands.
Some band
It's not
names,
happening
please.
On the spot
Yeah.
right now.
Oh,
Oh, on the spot. Okay, so you're looking for what, metal bands in particular?
Metal,
Cracker.
punk, grunge. Any of the...
Okay. You find There's one which you've probably heard of before, fairly new, sort of a grungy metal mix. Let me just write down that. Called The Atrocity.
Nice.
Feel like Slice of Anarchy would be a good name.
Yeah, the one behind that is mostly rock metal.
Is that what it's called?
No, it's called A Slice of Anarchy.
Oh, Slice of Anarchy. Okay.
Is it granite, marble, limestone? What kind of rock are we talking about?
Funny. I think behind that you probably see
A butt crack of chaos.
no, there's no butt crack of chaos. You see, I'm gonna give you one more, which is a full grunge battle.
Battle?
Terraform. Battle? Did I say battle?
You said battle.
That's the dyslexia. Whilst I'm.
Oh my god, are we gonna take part in a battle of the bands?
Yes, you are.
Please.
Oh my god, yes,
It's
please.
called,
I told you this was a musical.
it's a grunge band called Terraform.
Cool.
The lead band of that is a Earth Ganassi.
Nice.
Is it spelled
lead
terra like fear terror or terra
Yes.
terra firma?
Oh,
Definitely not scribbling out what I just wrote. It is definitely spelt terror as in fear.
Oh, that's incredible.
Terraform. And then also, I reckon there's
Mhm.
you see a few behind that, and it's up to you whether or not this is true or not, because I would love it to be, like an acoustic solo artist that you're sort of a guilty pleasure. There's also a little new album.
Shh, Alex. Yes, absolutely.
Called like
No, don't do me dirty here.
I
Whaler
don't know.
Swift.
What'd you say?
Whaler Swift.
There you go.
No!
We're not doing Whaler Swift.
Whaler Swift.
Whaler Quick.
Who's a turtle? A
Whaler
turtle.
Quick. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Whaler Quick, the turtle.
Yeah.
It's like a proper like acoustic. It's very Taylor Swift, Ed Sheeran kind of style. Like something that you would never admit in the world of ever that you listen to, but you know.
It's Whaler as in Wailer. Because
No,
she
it's
wailed.
not. But I'm sure that's how most people end up
Yeah.
spelling it.
That's how I was imagining it.
All right, I'll get that stuff, and then when I go up to the counter, I'll be like, "So, how do you find new bands to add here? Because I've got some."
Yeah, I'm not in charge here. I don't know. I think it's just like whatever's popular at the moment. You know, there's some dude up top who's like listening to a lot of the music in the world. You know,
I get it. How do
seeing
I
the
get
trends.
how do I get stuff to this man up top?
Oh, like if you want to sell something in the store, you can. You'd have to talk up above, but they, you can pay for the stuff to be in the store, and then you'll get the returns once it's selling.
All right. I may be back
Yeah.
later with some stuff to sell.
Nice.
You sell
Okay.
band merch here as well?
A little bit, yeah. Mainly for like the popular.
Okay. Thank you. Wait, how much is all this stuff? Yeah.
This will run you up at like 7 gold.
All right. No problem.
I just realised this whole time we've not interacted with Gail.
Oh, Gail's around. She is more than happy
Hang
to
on.
just stay quiet and be around people. She's got this little meek smile on
Oh.
her face as you just wander around. She seems like she doesn't need conversation. She just likes company.
Oh, also, do you sell sound pals here?
Oh, like yeah, a few if you need one.
How much are they?
Right now they're 250 gold. It's on discount.
Okay. All right. That'll be it for now, I think. Thank you.
Okay. You can see like behind there's like a locked box,
New
like, glass
model.
front box that has all of the the sound pals in. And yeah, that's 7 gold, which I don't know. You pay with your.
I don't
in
use
fact,
the
you
card.
don't use the card?
I use
Okay, sure.
the
just use gold.
pocket change.
Use gold,
Yes.
and you step out again with your. So you bought the tapes rather than the big discs, like the
Mhm.
vinyls.
Yeah, I would have been like, oh, so retro.
Yeah.
Maybe why didn't you just bring your sound power with you when we came?
Yeah, I was actually wondering. These guys don't seem to be familiar with Sound Pal. What's gonna?
I've come across one of the that tape thing you're holding, that box thing.
It's like a little portable radio just for you.
Very clever. Oh, interesting. No, I've never come across that sort of thing. No. But I mean, back home, the only music we got was the sort of the chanting in the chapels. It's not, not quite the same thing, really.
Certainly a style.
Yeah, well, it's not something I'd particularly want to put on a box and play later.
Is someone singing in this place? You're gonna hear music.
Yeah, it's just the music overhead.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I'm good to go.
Cool. So you step out of there and go downstairs to the first floor and come to what seems to be possibly slightly gimmicky, but maybe not, the Mystery Shack. It's sort of a brown wooden front, but it seems like more of a, what's the word? It's fake, sort of like stuck on thing. It's a veneer over the top. And it says the Mystery Shack in this wonderful sort of writing, and it has like a cauldron. The symbol is like a cauldron which is bubbling, and then a witch's hat sort of over the top of it. But unfortunately, you see that the door is shut. There's sort of boarded windows. It says closed, and you can see actually part of the glass in one place has been like smashed, and there's like spiderwebbed cracks all up from that corner. It's like, but it's shut, completely shut.
What the hell?
Oh man, I was looking forward to that.
Oh, is that the only magic shop here? Should we ever put the board again? There might be another one somewhere.
From when you looked before, this seems to be the only one here.
Oh. So no lights or anything, no sign of life.
No.
Well, that's very strange. You'll have to. I wonder if that nice man at the blacksmith would know what happened.
Is it particularly busy? Like, are there people walking past?
Fairly. I mean, you're getting past lunch now, and it seems as though a lot of people are going back to probably jobs and things, so it's more sparse.
Okay. What is the shop next door? Like next to it?
No idea.
I will walk into the perfume shop.
There's a perfume shop next door called A Million Scents.
Cool.
Hang on, I've got to write that down.
Because we will.
Mm-hmm. Next to...
It's called Ever Since We Met.
Oh,
No,
excellent.
it's not, but it should have been. And it's one of these like classic ones. It's very light colors, whites, pinks, yellows, sort of pastel colors. All sorts of perfumes all over everywhere with those little smell cards as well, and a couple of people at the back, a couple of elves, one man, one woman, or at least as you perceive, and they aren't particularly active as you walk in. They seem to be waiting more for you to like go to the counter if you wanted anything.
Yeah, I'll just walk up and I'll say, hello, I'm new. I just wondered if you might know when the Mystery Shack might be opening up, or how long they've been closed.
No, I mean, they've been closed for a good week now. I don't know. We came in about a week ago in the morning, and it was shut up. I haven't heard much. Rumor is that someone broke in to steal some things and wrecked the place properly unusable. So they're sort of refitting and fixing some things. So I don't know how long it'll be. I don't know if the owner was hurt or anything. Or what.
Do you know if there's a way to contact the owner or who that might be?
I don't know, I'm afraid.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you for your help.
Okay, would you like any perfume? Some cologne?
I can't afford it. I'm sorry. I know that's rude.
They're sort of looking like it's kind of awkward.
I
It's like,
can't,
okay.
I can't afford it.
What's the perfume shop called again?
It's called A Million Scents.
But I don't know. My skin would probably come out in like a rash or something.
Well, there's some testers if you want to see if there's any reaction.
Okay. Do you have a recommendation?
What's your favorite smells? Do you like floral? Do you like particularly strong scents?
No.
No to both?
Yes.
So the guy comes around from the counter.
I've never picked a perfume before.
the guy comes around from the counter and leads you over to a particular area. There's this little blue bottle which just has some bullshit name on it. That it's like a blue glass and rectangle, and just sort of there's a smaller version of the same bottle next to it that he just sort of takes and sprays just a little bit, just like with your permission, on your wrist. And it doesn't seem to react badly to you, and you sniff it, and it's one of those more sort of, not in a bad way, but like chemically colognes, that isn't like on the floral side. It's more like just sort of, I don't even know how you describe those kinds of colognes, but it's a fairly nice smell. Different for you because you're not used to like a strong, powerful, purposeful, strong and powerful smell, rather than like I haven't showered in a week kind of a smell. So it's up to you whether or not how you react to said smells, but it's not an awful smell. It's not one of the horrible chemically ones.
I'll just kind of be like, I think it'll grow on me. I have not really smelled a lot of perfume. I've seen people spray it on their necks.
Yes, usually.
That's usually like when I'm talking to someone. There's like a good few feet between us, so I can't like lean in and smell their neck. Otherwise, I'd just be smelling their like thigh, and that seems so awkward. I'm good. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you. Bye. Sorry. Yes. Thank you. Bye.
Just awkwardly walk out of the shop.
I'm gonna bury my my hand that has the perfume on in my coat pocket.
the Homer Simpson backing slowly into the hedge.
Yeah.
That looks like a really awkward exchange. Are you all right?
They don't know when the mystery shack's going to open. That's all we talked about.
Are you sure?
My passive insight is high enough to know that is fucking not true.
That's all we talked about, and they don't know. Maybe the owner was injured. It was broken into like a week ago.
I thought I saw you put some.
They asked me if I would like to try anything, and then I came out here. But where are we going next?
Why is your face a little flush?
I might be getting a rash.
Oh no! Do you need like help or something?
Oh no, I'm sure I'll be alright. I have sensitive skin.
Well, why did you let them spray stuff on you then?
Oh, they're just very persuasive salespeople. They're very good at their job. But they're very nice, very friendly. Where are we going next?
I think that we're done with them all, so I guess back to the university.
If everyone's happy with that.
Yeah,
What
was that?
Wait, hang on.
Mystery Shack place supposed to be?
Before we go,
What was this Mystery Shack place supposed to?
it was going to
Magical
have like
shop?
magic
So
items.
the mystery shack was a magic item shop that was closed because the front was broken, and what you just went into was a Million Cents, which is a perfume shop.
Before we go, Gail, you've been very patient wandering around with us in a place that you presumably have been to a lot. Is there anywhere that you would recommend we go, or do you have a favourite place to go here?
I tend not to come to the mall. But no, I don't mind, really. I just like being, around in company.
Seems like anything's better than hanging out back at the apartment.
Well, I don't want to be mean about them.
It seems like
They
they're being
have
pretty mean
their-
about it.
They have their friendship, and it's okay,
Doesn't mean they're allowed
They
to be rude
seem
to you,
really
though.
horrible, so it doesn't matter if you're mean about them. You've
Did
got
you know
us
them
now.
before?
No, I didn't know them before.
Well, they might have a friendship, but we have a friend galley.
What?
A galley is like a really big ship.
I thought that was a galleon.
Yeah, a galley is like a kitchen, isn't it?
Oh. No, I think the kitchen is something else. Well, that's what we have.
You're muted, Dad.
You're
He's still
muted.
Yep.
So,
Yes, you're right.
Great. Okay.
I think a ship. I think there is also a galleon, but I think there is a ship. There is a galleon. It's a big ship. We have a cargo friendship. Is that better?
Well, just
Cargo
know that
friendship.
we're your friends now.
I think
I
that's what
mean,
you're trying
where
to say.
are you friends?
Your
Where are you friends? Because you said
Hey,
you grew
you
up
just
there,
said we-
didn't you?
You just had to be with her friends.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, but surely she's got some more somewhere.
There's people I know. No one that I really hang out with.
Well,
I mostly just
You've
look
got
after
us now.
my mum.
Well, exactly. You've got some friends now, so that's the main thing, isn't it? So we got a bit of a technical issue going on here. There we go.
So,
I see why you were muted. Clock, thanks, sleeping. You walk across Old Ingen. In fact, well, actually, I think at this point you are. What the hell's the thing? That's in Zabran. Yeah, you're in New Zabran. You walk across Old Ingen. Back to the. Are you going to the accommodation? It's
Yeah.
fairly late in the afternoon at this point. Probably. You could go get some early dinner, or you could do some stuff first. It's really up to you.
Dinner.
Are we gonna go to Dugnack Dreams again on the way back?
No, they said that the best time for us to go would be between meals, and that's when it's going to be the least busy. But I said that
Okay,
you were a
okay.
big fan of the person whose nan owned it.
It was the great aunt, not the nan.
That okay. I got that wrong then. I will go in when we're next in. I'll correct.
I don't think
I think they already know the
promised
story
not.
of the place, so it doesn't really matter.
they do own it.
That's true. In that case, I will just let the record. I'll just have been wrong.
Yes.
And I won't correct it. They won't care, will they?
Probably not, no.
So you walk across, get some dinner from the cafeteria. It's another. This is what I assumed you were doing. You said dinner.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
oh, okay, yeah.
I said dinner. No one said anything, so I said dinner.
Get some dinner from the cafeteria. Again, lovely. The same reactions as before. It's a fairly
Same
standard meal time. It's not the same, exact same food. But you get back to
Same
your
reaction.
evening. So by the time you get to your apartment again, it's late-ish. You're looking at sort of like evening time. 7. Like the sun has gone down at this point because it goes down early in Valiona, or at least in Camanthea. And you just have the evening to sort of relax and chill in whatever way you wish.
Listening to my new tapes.
Yeah. Got your buds in.
Mm-hmm.
Sketching in my monster book.
Wonderful. Gail probably ends up going back to hers at some point. Probably after the food.
She's welcome to
Okay.
hang out. Just like exist.
I think she knows that she's welcome, but at the same time, it's still sort of like just awkward generally. So
I'm gonna go wash my wrist.
you just scroll
like
away.
for hours. For hours, just I want to go away.
But yeah, luckily you do have an ensuite, so you can just be in there.
Yeah.
Wonderful. So there's nothing else you wanted to do that evening. You will go to sleep, get a long rest, I guess, for all that health you need to gain back. And you wake up on the Monday morning. Now you would all know that on the Monday morning, your first thing is at 9 a.m. So do you all get up for that?
What
What
was
is
it
it?
again?
It's the
Me
campus
Yeah,
tour.
Yes, I'll get up for that.
Begrudgingly.
You're all very surprised to see that Samira.
Are you looking like bedhead, messy, or have you got yourself pretty well?
Bedhead.
Macy's about
Fair
the
enough.
same. Just put on like a oversized flannel and does not look ready.
Drinking a coffee out of a straw.
Yeah.
Out of the store, no cup, just coffee.
Yeah, infinite
Just
coffee
a
straw.
Yeah.
Cromwell is back to wearing his shirt for the campus tour, but still has his coat. And
I was slightly distracted for a second because I've got a bit of a thing with the drive, but I'll sort that out later. Can you say it's next Monday now, 9 o'clock?
It is now the next
Mhm.
morning, yes.
Next morning?
Doesn't time fly?
Because if it's next Monday, what happened to the Wednesday meeting about the...
No, we were on Sunday.
Oh, it's
It
the
is now
Monday
Monday.
before all this starts. It's the
It's next
first
morning.
day on
It was-
the list of things to do.
Yeah,
It was
so we
Sunday.
have so we got
And
this,
that's Monday.
the tour around the they run the university today. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. In that case, just have it there.
So you all collect up in the morning and head from the accommodation across to the university. Kind of the first time you would have really walked over there. Some of you may have gone for tours previously or like seen it previously, but you walk across. The first thing you meet is this gigantic playing field for sports ball, which is a fairly common sport played around Gel. Nothing particularly going on right now, but it does look as if you shouldn't be walking across it. These big hoops and all that sort of setup. And the other side of that is a giant, it's about the same size as the mall in area, this giant park, which does have a name and I can't remember what it's called. Aureate Park, which has all sorts of lovely trees and vegetation all around, these paths that walk through it. Plenty of students seem to be having a little bit of a wander through, looking at everything. It's wonderful. You can see that the average age of everyone you see around here, much younger. You're looking between 16, 17 and 22, 23, maybe. Like, there's not anyone sort of working around here that wouldn't be the professors. You work your way across to the Guildhall, which is the other side of the park, and looking at the front of it, it's set up in a sort of a strange way. It looks like you can tell that it used to be a building, like a Guildhall in its own right, but now bits have been added and stuff. They fit the rest of it, but it looks more like a university sort of building than anything else, mostly by like the sign on the front which says Guildhall and little bits and bobs around that help with that aesthetic.
It looks more like a university, partly because of the sign which says university.
Yeah, exactly. And standing in front of it, you can see a fairly large-ish group of people, not as large as you may have thought, with one particularly prominent figure standing in front of everyone, probably the tour guide. It's this fairly tall, maybe 6'4", 6'5", mint green, muscular Asimar. She's standing in this fairly sassy pose with a weight on one leg and a hand on a hip, sort of just waiting for people to gather around. As you walk over, she sort of gives a bit of a nod to sort of recognize that you're joining the group.
At this point, Macy's put on these ridiculous-looking glasses because it's too bright outside. They're like this.
Greg, I am loving it.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Just looks like she doesn't want to be there at all.
I want some of those.
I'm going to quickly, just so you see it happen, I'm going to quickly turn on and off my camera because it's lagging out a little bit. And for some reason, boom, there.
Oh, Greg, now you look like Lady Gaga in the paparazzi music video.
Yeah.
I need everyone to know that this is something that's been planned for months. This was from me, Greg's birthday present from.
Oh my God.
I'm really enjoying it.
It's great.
They do suit you, definitely.
Oh, they're great. And so it's Maisie literally wearing these, exactly the same looking things. Greg switching back because Greg can't see anything.
Yep. Completely blind.
So, once there's a sort of a crowd has collected up, this figure in front of you speaks up with a very loud, boomy voice, evidently used to doing these kinds of tours. It says, "Hello, everyone. My name is Brezin Almond. I'll be your tour guide today. There's a lot to cover, so I'll be going fast to make sure you don't get left behind. You should all have a campus map on you that was in your dorm. If you do not, share with someone that does. I'm going to assume that only two of you remembered to bring a campus map, which would be Neva and Callie.
Campus map?
I have my map in front of me. Yes.
The campus map being the latest thing that I sent to you.
I know, I'm
Yeah.
In character, yeah. You're like, what?
I will put my hand in the air and hope that she notices.
I'm gonna roll for that. My first roll of the entire campaign is a natural 20.
Okay, she noticed.
She notices, like she's obviously like straight into it. It's like, yes, question.
Can we ask questions along the way, or is there time for questions at the end? Just because
questions at the end would be best, please.
Okay, I have a question for the end.
Wonderful. Right.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Sorry to interrupt.
Let's go. And she starts. It doesn't start moving, but immediately points backwards and says, "So we're starting here at the Strangelings Guildhall, the oldest building in the university, and the former Guildhall of the Strangelings." Which I'm sure you hear in that, and he was just like, "Ooh." And she walks through the entrance, obviously you all following, and you start walking around the halls. This will be the only place you know if you're taking. This will be the only place you know if you're taking any of the physical education courses. It has many classrooms of its own, but most notably, the guild has this gigantic training area alongside its own assault course. There's a student lounge for when you have some time off, and opposite that, here, you will see the weapons vaults. I am speaking, there would be pauses between as you walk two different parts of it.
Yeah.
I'm not going to, the weapons vaults. These are strictly off limits, so don't even think about trying to get inside, else you'll have to deal with Professor Dizin, a confrontation that I suggest you avoid at all costs. Sorry, Dinzin. If we keep going around, you'll see all of the available classrooms.
Sorry?
Dinzin?
Professor Dinty?
Dinzin?
Dinzy? Yep.
Dinzy?
Macy leans over to Neve and is like, I'm getting in there. There's no chance
Hilariously,
I'm not."
Dinzin came before Dinzy.
I can't know what you're saying, Greg.
Oh, I said Macy leans over to Neve and is like, I'm getting in there at some point. There's no way I'm not.
Good luck with that.
If we keep going around, you'll see all of the available classrooms and the exits towards the woodshop and the forge. Finally, we come past the trophy hall, a little museum that contains a lot of the prizes or items that the Strangelings collected whilst they were an active guild. You'll have noticed that this whole time, I imagine at that point you're like craning your neck as we move on. Neva's just like trying to look at these old relics.
Macy
You
has
walk
to
past and see
pull her away.
particular the swords and different just bits and bobs that you don't get to properly look at as you walk past. You'll have noticed that this whole time we're walking around a garden of sorts that is Flora Square, named after a former member of the Strangelings who was saved from a vicious and tyrannical ruler of a different plane called Fayevel. Inside Flora Square, you will see a giant tree. This has existed here for over 400 years and is the original tree planted by the great C3S themselves, one of the known saviors of the world of Gel. Please follow me outside now as we move over to Veluna Cathedral. And
I
she
want to
starts
climb that
to
tree.
around.
I don't see any way to climb it. How do we get up there?
We'll find a way. We always do. Look at that one at home.
True.
You approach a giant and impressive stone cathedral made of the dark grey rock of the mountain that Veluna is built upon. It has tall and thin spiky towers atop and large towering archways topped with small windows and impressive stonework. And your tour guide speaks again. Okay, so here we have Veluna Cathedral, which is both an educational center as well as the official cathedral for the city of Veluna. Unfortunately, we are not able to go inside the main cathedral right now as there is a service, but I can take you through the cloister to show you the other areas available to you. She walks through a side entrance of the cloister through an impressively crafted hallway. To the left, there is a large oak door through which can be heard the muffled ramblings of what is presumably a priest of some kind, taking a sermon. It is not anything that you would recognize, Carly, because it would be a different sermon to what you're used to.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't although you can
Will I
hear.
recognise which god it is?
You wouldn't recognize the god. It's closed, so you can't see anything, but you can hear. At first, you think it is what the hell's my language called?
Perwilven.
No,
No, Perwelven is the old one. Oh my god, the one thing I closed.
That's what I mean. The old one, isn't it?
No, it's not the old one. You don't
Perwin, it's
have-
Perwin.
Yeah,
You would think you're hearing Perwin, but eventually you're like, wait, actually that's Perwin, except some of the words are slightly different and it's sort of formed slightly differently. You can kind of understand what they're saying, but it almost feels like it's somebody just badly talking your language. But at the same time, they're talking fluently, so you assume.
I think you'll find that's Canadian.
Language. The grass. So to the right of the main grass area. To the right is the main grass area of the cloister. The grass is perfectly maintained, and in the center is a circular fountain with a nondescript flower shape in the center from which the water flows. So the cloister, of course, is like a square shape around this. As she speaks. This is the cloister, a lovely space if you need to relax and take some time to your own thoughts. As we loop around, you can see the chapter house here. This is used in part for ceremonial or religious reasons, but is also used to hold assemblies if necessary. Further down, you can see all of the available classrooms in Veluna Cathedral, and opposite is the offices for the various professors in the university. Around the back of the building is a garden, available to all, named the Tar Gardens. It is named after one of the original founding members of the Strangelings, a follower and prophet of Helm, who saved the elven people of Elesdwin and gave up his physical body to serve the people as a spirit of fire under the guidance of Helm. Or at least that's what the elves of Elesdwin say. Next, we
your
should...
last name?
Yes. But yes.
No, I know it from somewhere.
Next, we shall go over to Callaway Quad. She will leave from round the other side of the cloister and move on to Callaway Quad. And yes, you can chat as you're walking across.
How
I
do
know I
you,
know your name from somewhere.
how do you have the
Yes,
name
well-
of a long dead strangeling?
Buddy was yes. I mean, buddies. Yes, it's. That's right. He was my sort of my. He's sort of my cousin.
What?
What?
That's a long story. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. I mean, he's a nice chap. Apparently, my dad knew him. But that's. It's just. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
How can he be your cousin if it was 400 years ago?
Well, my father's an elf, you see.
Oh,
Ah, yeah, that makes
But,
sense,
that'll
actually.
do.
I don't know if you're it's your dad's cousin.
Say, well, he's my first cousin once removed.
I wasn't sure if you had
Right.
misremembered. or if you-
Dad's an elf. Bit of a shock for him when he found out.
Yeah, he's. Although, in fact, my uncle knew him better. Right? My father was a baby when he died. Flint.
Ah, that makes more sense, you know.
Yeah, he's quite a big deal back in this one. I was sort of expecting more people to heard about him here, but he's only in the Lestrin, which is fine by me, actually, if I'm honest.
Is anyone
So it
taking in
wouldn't be
everything she
associated
said?
with him?
Pardon?
Never mind.
What did you say? I didn't catch what you said.
Who? Neither.
Don't you want to be associated with him then?
Oh, I don't mind. It's a bit of a thing back home. People are very. I mean, he was like he's sort of son of God and all that. But the point is, when you're related, there's certain pressures on you, which is rather nice not to have over here, which is great.
I
Yeah,
get
that-
that.
I was just going to keep, I don't want to push it, sort of thing. You know what I mean? I've got a few bits and bobbers of his still in our family, but
Understandable.
But if you ever do go and visit my place, I might have to give you a bit of a heads up on how it's going to be. But but over here, it's fine.
So the next building you approach is the largest of all of them. It's built almost like a castle with battlements on the front corners and a giant entrance comparable to that of a palace wall. And the lady speaks again. This is Callaway Quad, or as I've misspelt it, Callaway Quad. Oh, how interesting. Callaway Quad, the largest building in the university and the location of most of the university's basic educational courses. We don't have time to walk around the quad, but if you look through the entrance, you'll be able to see why it has been given its name. The building surrounds a giant grass quad with a large fountain in the center that was designed and built by the hand of the well-known artist Garsain Brut. You will find in the surrounding building many different classrooms and laboratories, as well as a large office area for the professors on the south corner. Next, we'll be moving over to Rathingham Court, and she heads off again. This is where we're walking across again.
Sorry,
Good.
I'm writing notes.
Oh.
I was just
Neither
gonna.
reading the brochures.
It's
I
a
was gonna
big
say,
place, isn't it?
is anyone picking up any of
What?
this? I'm having a lot of trouble paying attention to anything that's not a challenge.
Well, you go to there for physical stuff, you do go to there for academic stuff, you go there for clerical stuff.
And go back to bed.
Do I remember
Well,
right that she threatened us if we tried to break into the weapon vault?
Yeah, of
What?
course you'd remember that.
Selective hearing.
If I had to guess, I would say that breaking into the weapons vault of a once powerful guild, now university with highly trained professors, would be quite tricky. But
I know that's what
But
makes it so
worth it.
enticing.
Worth it if you could do it. They must have all sorts down there.
I
I'm
want
sure
to go
they
up
do.
that
But
tree though.
I mean, if
I wonder if there's
that
still anything in there.
Morley's already.
We have to go and find out one day.
In the clock
So-
tower.
Do we have to?
You
Oh,
don't
you
have
don't
to.
have to come along if you don't want to.
It's okay if you're too scared, Samir.
I'm intrigued about the clock tower, but I don't fancy going into the weapons hall. I think going up against somebody who's already got all the very powerful weapons.
Yeah.
We want to go up into the tree as well. The one that was.
It's a tree.
Well, it's a tree. I mean, you can climb any tree anywhere, can you? So.
No, that one's got like a building in it. Did you not see?
Did
It's a
you
tree
say,
house.
what's a tree?
No?
What?
I thought I heard Simon say, what's a tree?
No, I said it's a tree.
I was unsure about...
Love it.
Yes, we've never seen a tree before.
Well, actually, to be honest, where I live, it's pretty. The trees are pretty.
Yeah, trees don't look like that where I'm from, but I know a tree when it.
Well, where I am, it's more sort of sand than trees. But you know.
You get round to the next building. She speaks up again. You're looking at quite the sort of mishmash of different buildings. There's a similar style in brickwork to Callaway Quad, except there's like a few separate buildings. There's one on the right-hand side, which is separate from the rest. There's a 2-floor, rather rectangular building. And then, from what you can see, sort of an entrance that leads to 2 floors worth of just sort of classrooms or something, you don't know. And as you approach, she says, right, so this is Rathacum Court, which I would assume not many of you are going to be entering this year, as it's mostly for second years, but there is a chance that you'll be coming in. There's some famous names in here as well, in the buildings. There's Felix House, who you might recognize Felix from one of the old Strangelings, and Desavere Quad, which again, one of the old Strangelings it's named after. These are wonderful features, surrounded by plenty of...
Like one of the old Strangelings was named after this quad.
You know that.
I know what you said, that's why I'm asking.
Plenty of classrooms all around, and plenty of bookable rooms that you could go into to practice maybe some music or use as study rooms if you wish to. Over to the right here, we have the library, which has more study rooms than available and a wide variety of books for all sorts of subjects, alongside a cafe and a stationery shop, if that's what you wish. Next up, the Arcanum. And she starts walking around again.
Wait, what was the name of that place that we were just in?
That was Rathingham Court.
Rathingham Court.
Okay.
You get round to the next building, which is the tallest of all of them. It's kind of out of place in that it is about 5 floors. I was going to say 5 feet. 5 floors tall.
Now we've got it. Yeah.
It's about 5 floors tall, made of this very nice sort of pale beige rock with all sorts of embellishments. Like around the doorway, there's an carefully crafted stone archway. All of the windows have this sort of wonderful crafting with a sort of they're rectangle bricks, but they're not of uniform size, going the entire way up. And as you approach, she says, this is the Arcanum. Now, any of you doing magical studies will be spending a lot of time here. And as you can see, it is a very tall building with plenty of stuff inside. On the first floor is the Grand Hall, where they will have assemblies of any kind that's needed, as well as some offices if you ever need to talk to the professors. The second floor is all of the classrooms that you'll be using throughout the year. The third floor is the magic practice room, a very wonderful room in which you can cast any spells, try any magic, under the guidance of a professor, of course, and it is protected from all, if not many, of the charms and damaging effects that could be happening to protect the outside world, just in case something goes wrong. The fourth floor is more student rooms, some study rooms, and a little bit of a specific library for the magical arts. And the top floor, unfortunately off limits again, the vault, which contains many artifacts and all sorts of wonderful things that you will possibly see but not be allowed to touch. Next up, and finally, we have Lettingham Hall. And she wanders off again.
Lettingham.
She wanders off, it just makes it seem.
Yeah, bye!
Neva just kind of grabbed Maisie because she could see that her eyes were lighting up.
I'll kind of walk up to Neva on the other side and just kind of like give her like coat or jumper or whatever you're wearing, a little tug to get your attention. And say, so you know a lot about the Strangelings, right?
I know a fair bit.
There's apparently a lot of things that they've collected, and some of them are weapons and some of them are not weapons. Do you have any idea of what some of them might be? Like, are they very obviously powerful, but are there any that you think are like the most powerful?
What would be in the vault?
I'm not going to tell you that.
I'll find out myself.
Find out yourself then. And get caught whilst you're doing it, because I ain't going to help you.
I don't want to break in. I'm just curious because you know a lot about it.
Well, they weren't really written about in our books, but I'm sure we can research them at the library.
Yeah, that would be cool. I wonder if we just ask and we're like, hey, we're curious about this. I wonder if they'll just tell us, because they're happy to tell us that that's where the vaults are. Like,
It's really kind of them. Yeah.
I wonder if they'll be like,
If
oh
you're-
yeah, we've got the rod of smashing forever in there.
I was thinking that if I remember correctly, a lot of the powerful stuff they had used to be created by Edge. So you could always ask him since he's still around, if he'll talk to you.
I mean, from
Yeah,
the sounds,
yeah.
from the sounds of a shopkeeper, it didn't sound like the talkative sort.
Well, maybe if he has like office hours when he's not teaching bloody magic and blacksmithing.
I wouldn't.
Maybe
call it
one of us
bloody
should
magic.
take bloody magic. Sounds quite fun.
It does sound interesting, but I'd like to get a grip on the magic I've already got. I think first.
Yes, I agree.
I don't
I
have
would
magic,
like-
so I don't
I
know
would
what it's
like to-
like.
I would like to learn my magic before it makes me bloody.
Yes, that's a very good way of putting it. That is very clever.
Do we need to keep an eye on you and your
Yes.
magic?
Is that a common concern with magic?
I don't know. I'm
know.
the first in our family who's had it, really. So I don't know. So far, it's okay. I mean, I can do a few things which can injure you a little bit, and nothing too bad. And more can sort of help people out of it with it, which is nice. But I'd like to be dead sure that if I try doing something, I don't want to find a scratch in my ear and accidentally blow your left foot off or something.
Yeah.
You
I
wander
feel-
out in front of
You're in a weird
final
place.
building, which is the most modern. Look, it's the last one of this sort of circle of buildings and the most modern of all of them. It seems to have like much more uniform brickwork and sort of big glass windows, and this sort of it seems to be trying to be sort of a modernistic look. And up at the front, she speaks up and says, "Right, this is Lettingham Hall. This is not an educational centre in the same way. This is more of a students' union, you could call it, a bit of a building that you have opportunities inside of. There's student information, there's a cafe inside of there, a student lounge with a few shops that are available to you, and up above are the student services, which you can go to if you ever have any problems or anything that needs to be told or dealt with during the year. And alongside that, something that won't be useful for probably quite a while for you until the end, but it's the Adventurers Guild registration room, which if you wanted to join the Adventurers Guild, you would present your degree at the end to them, and they might allow you to join them. So that is all of the main part of the tour. If you have any questions, like I said, you're more than welcome to ask them now. Just come to me and I will answer them in the best way that I can. Hopefully this has been really helpful, and I hope you'll have a wonderful first year of university. And then all the people just start to disperse as you stand with your hand in the air.
Excuse me, I think my friend here has a
I
question.
also disperse.
Macy's
Fair enough.
at the
I
the bottom
go
of
to
her
follow
coffee.
Samir and then realise that the rest of them stayed behind, and I'm kind of stood there going,
You're putting your hand up, but she did just say like, "Come over." So she's kind of just like, "Awkward, like, do I walk over to you? Like, what do you?"
Keep my hand up and walk over.
When the crowd clears, Macy's finished her coffee, just going.
You don't need the hand.
Okay, I'd like to keep it though. I now have 2 extra questions, if that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
So my first original question is, what kind of competition is the Arliston Benfayal? Because we got a flyer through the door, and
Yes, you would have.
we'd never heard of it, but everyone just knows it's a competition that lasts a year, and that seems like a long time for a competition.
Well, the meeting for that is on Wednesday. It does say on the thing. I won't go into too many details because it will all be outlined for you there, but effectively it's a set of challenges and tasks that are put throughout the year that some are on particular days, some are continuous, and if you manage to win different parts of it, you can get different credits for your final degree. it's sort of a fun thing they do for the first years, only for the first years, unfortunately, that allows you to get a bit of a boost, and also, I guess, team building and sort of
There is team
getting your
stuff.
senses.
I'll look around for Samir and see that he's gone. Okay, good.
Well,
Team building
the
is
challenges change every single year, so I can't guarantee what you'll be doing this year. But usually there seems to be a team element.
But it's different things throughout the year. It's not like we are a team and we play one game several times against other people through the year.
Again, I don't know what the challenges will be this year, so I can't confirm or deny that. But usually there seems to be something that will last the whole year, maybe a tournament, maybe not, I don't know, and then certain things that might be on individual days or something like that. Again, I don't know what it's going to be this year. I obviously am not involved in that, but you'll be told everything on Wednesday with the meeting.
Were you a student here at one time?
Yes, I still am a student here.
Oh, I did. And did you take part in this competition thing in your first year?
I didn't. I regretted not doing it, I'll be honest.
Oh, okay.
My second question. Oh, sorry, you were going, Cal. Sorry, you go.
I was just going to say, do you know what the competition was in your first year?
I can't remember entirely. I think there was a tournament of some kind. I never really went to see it. I don't think it was particularly fighting based. There was definitely some intelligence based. I don't know if they were like mathlete type things, I think they called them. But I wasn't really involved in a lot of it. And because the people who were involved in it were involved with it a lot, I tended to make friends that weren't in doing the competition.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. But thank you for your help. Sorry, Cromwell, you were saying.
No, it's my fault. My second question is the restricted areas. You probably get this question a lot if you do this tour a lot. But we were just wondering, like, I'm not up on Strangeling history like it seems like a lot of people are. I was just wondering, like, what kind of things are in there? Like, what is in the level of power where you can be like, this is where we keep stuff, but you can't go there.
It's things that can be useful. Over in the guild hall, it tends to mostly just be weaponry. I don't do any of the martial stuff, so I haven't really used them, but I think it's just a lot of the weaponry, some of which will be sharp, some of which won't. It's more of a safety concern to have those available to anybody. I'm sure there's some other things in there, but it's more just like a weapons storage, shields, things like that. And to be honest, there's probably things in there that aren't even weaponry. At the top of the Arcanum, I've never been in there, but the things that we've been shown every now and again, artifacts, things like that, seem to be kept up there. It's stuff that's very useful for learning about and examples, but is very dangerous if they were just sort of left out and somebody tried to steal them. Not necessarily even students, just people coming up to the university. I mean, most of these buildings are open, so people can't steal like powerful artifacts or whatever it is that were being used to learn in that particular case. For example, hemocraft, very dangerous if you do it incorrectly. A lot of the tools are kept up there so that people don't have easy access to them.
So it would be like, if you were learning about the weather, it would be useful to have like a gong that changes the weather, but if you wouldn't want someone just walking around banging a gong that changes the weather.
I guess that would be an apt description. Yes.
Okay, great. And then my last question was, you mentioned about several cafes. Is all the food free there as well? Because the free food here is fantastic.
The food in the cafe is not free, I'm afraid.
Okay, just in like the big hall with all the food. Okay, thank you for the tour. You did really good. Sorry if I was annoying with my questions.
No, you weren't annoying in the slightest. I'm here to answer your questions. And she looks over to Maze and says, "You have a question?"
What's the deal with Hemocraft? I didn't see it offered in the class list initially.
Well, it's a difficult one to get involved in. Professor Vasvias takes maybe 2 or 3 students a year, if that. I don't know why. It's not something that I took, but it's a very particular, I think it's quite dangerous if done wrong, magical art. From what I've spoken with my professors, it seems Professor Vasvias is very secretive about a lot of the the magic, and in fact, I'm pretty sure if you start that course, you have to sign many documents that say you won't release the information or teach other people how to do it without certain permissions. It's all very hush hush.
That does sound quite
Weird.
interesting, actually.
I think getting onto the course, you could speak to Professor Vasvias. I think usually he seeks out the people he wants on his course. You can try to talk to him to get switched over to it, but I don't know if it would be successful.
No, that's
Fair
interesting to know. Have you ever met this Professor Las Vegas?
Yeah, I see him around. I don't have any classes which he teaches me, but I see him around in the office, and just generally.
What's he
He
like?
takes assembly every now and again.
What's he like?
As far as I can tell, he's lived a very long life and seems to be kind of over people. Good at teaching, very good at teaching. Obviously has the job here for a reason, but doesn't really like new interactions.
Fair enough, I suppose.
I think at this point he's over 900.
Is he really? Yes.
Something like that. I don't know. I've asked different people, they'll give you different answers, but somewhere around there.
Well, that is interesting. Okay, thank you.
Okay,
All right,
well, I'm glad I
thank
could
you.
help.
That's yes.
Like I said, if you need questions answered at any point, you can just go into the student services and we should be able to help out.
Are there any other events happening today? Or can I go back to sleep?
Today, if it's not in your schedules, then no. I'm doing a few more tours today. This would have been the one that was scheduled for you to come to. But not really. This week is mostly put down for people to get to know each other, get to know the university. There's a few things happening this week, of course, to talk to people, do some things, but yeah.
Back to sleep it is then. Thank you.
Sorry, I thought of one more question.
I think you're muted, buddy.
I was just saying, you're up now, Maisie. There's no point going to bed.
Sure there is. Sleeping.
I thought. Sorry, I'll put my hand up. I thought I was.
You don't need the hand. You just ask the questions.
Okay. Are there? Because this is like a really old place, right? And lots of powerful people graduate from here and go to like the Adventurers Guild and stuff like that. Are there any like kind of sideline over and be like, are there any secret societies here that are like not so secret that you can't tell us about them? Because I was wondering if that was it. Sorry, that's dumb idea. Don't worry about it.
I mean, societies, you can see all the societies on, I don't remember which day it is, but there'll be a society fair. It might be tomorrow, actually, for you to see if you want to join any societies, but I don't think there's any secret ones. The university also, it's deceptive about how old it actually is. It's only around 153 years old. A lot of the brick used is from older buildings, which is why it looks like it's so much older, but it was created relatively recently.
Oh, okay. I have got one little, that's a bit of an odd one, really, bit of an odd question, I suppose. Obviously, the guild hall, which is what was the first sort of building here, was all to do with the Strangelings all that time ago. And
yes,
we've heard the stories about how they sort of had big battles and saved the world, all that sort of stuff. How well known are the Strangelings in Verona and so on, and the members of the Strangelings?
Fairly well known. It's mostly history at this point. I mean, it's been such a long time. You can find various books that will outline their deeds. It may come up at some points if you're doing courses like history. But fairly well known if you mention the names.
Sorry, I shouldn't have interrupted. Sorry.
My follow-up for that one was, with the Strangelings, are any of the Strangelings particularly sort of talked about, any of them, or are they all much the same, as it were?
Much the same. I mean, I guess Professor Dinzin is spoken about because she's still around, and Professor Vasvias as well. They both are still around and were there at the beginning, so I guess it comes up more. In terms of older past members, I guess Zegith Bolin is mentioned for him and his interactions with becoming what I believe is called the Nightwalker, and all that kind of story arcs. That's the one I hear most, but nothing else particularly.
Oh, that's very interesting.
Do you have a favorite strangeling? Neither has one.
Interesting question. I'd probably say Flora. I am a big fan. And her works, and she joined late, but her works in the later years of the Strangelings were very important, especially to the world of Druidcraft.
I'd probably say Flora. I just really like Marjorie.
That's really interesting. Thank you. It's not what I expected at all, and quite.
What were you expecting?
Oh, no, well, where I come from, there's a different perspective, if you like, on the history of the Strangelings, and it's nice, refreshing to see a different take. It's rather nice, actually.
Okay. Where are you from, if you don't mind me asking?
I come from a Lesduin, is a sort of country off to the west or the other side of the ocean.
I know of a Lesduin, yes. You're probably referring to Flint? Flichintar?
Oh, hey, haha. There's not many people know how to pronounce that. Well done. Yes, that's right. Yes, he's sort of quite well known over there.
I would imagine so, with his various... I mean, he was, of course, known very well for saving the elves.
Yes, exactly. Yes, he's sort of... yes, he's a big deal over there. So it's rather nice. Anyway, for various reasons, it's nice to sort of go somewhere where it's not quite such a big name.
Yes.
So, great.
So I assume you are a follower of Helm.
Yes, that's right, I am. Yes, I come from the monastery.
Oh, it's very nice to meet you.
Yes, nice to meet you too. Thank you very much for the tour. It's been very interesting.
Okay. Well, if that's everything.
Yeah, I think so. Anybody else got any questions? Are we all happy to let this young lady go off and get on with her... I was going to say work, but I suppose it's...
How do we book rooms? You said we could book rooms in a bunch of different places. Is there like a central place to do that, or do we have to go
do that through the student services?
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay.
A lot of, in terms of schedules, if you want to book rooms earlier in the year is better than later. The room booking will start not next Monday, but the Monday after. And every year, all of the different clubs that exist have to rebook their rooms for the year if they can. Most of them do it on a weekly basis, so most of the rooms fill up extremely quickly.
Does that include the magic practice room, or because you need a professor, do you do that through a professor?
The magic practice room is not bookable. That is a classroom.
Okay.
And the study rooms, they are booked weekly. They don't need to be booked that much ahead of time.
Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry to take up so much of your time.
You didn't take up too much of my time. That's what I'm here for.
Well, that was very, very helpful. Thank you very much. Oh, I actually do have one last question. I hope it's the last one, so you can get away. I do apologise.
Okay.
What year of your studies are you in?
I am in my final year.
So when we get to our final year, so assuming we successfully navigate the first couple, we could presumably do the same sort of thing you're doing now. Help out.
If you wish to, yes.
Yeah, okay, just interesting. Okay, I don't want to disturb you any longer. I know you're keen to get away. Okay, thank you.
I'm glad I could help. She sets off, fairly determined in a singular direction.
So, wasn't she nice?
So you all end up with...
I mean, I wanted off too.
I've just remembered we never went to the houseware shop back in the mall.
That is true. I was wondering if you were going to bring it up, but you never did.
Yeah, I don't know about it.
I
I thought that's what we
for
were
you.
going to the magic shop for.
I can heat water for you if that's what you need.
Oh, that's not a big problem. I was just thinking, if we were back in the room and you fancy something like that, rather than having to come over here, we could just make a couple.
Do
or
they
get a
have
first or
Sunday
whatever.
trading laws?
They have what?
Sunday
Sunday
trading.
trading laws.
Is
That
there a
might
day?
be something that we have to explain to Greg.
What the hell?
You might have to explain it to Simon as well.
Is that shops aren't open on a Sunday or like?
Yeah, like you know how shops have
limited
to close
hours
by a
or
certain
something.
time on a Sunday.
I had no idea that was what it's called.
Oh.
Yeah.
I know they normally close early on a Sunday, but I didn't know it was Sunday trading laws.
That's what.
Yeah, I mean, I assume it's really down to the choice. I think the mall probably shuts down early, but shops around the city don't necessarily shut at any time.
It's Monday anyway, so I don't know why I was asking.
So what time is it now?
Probably about like 10:30.
10. So I was
Maybe-
thinking, if you wanted to go to what do you call the donuts? Is it again dreaming or something?
Donut
Whatever it's called.
Dream.
Duck Neck Dreams again.
That's the one. That cafe thing. They were saying that best time to go is when it's not a meal time. So if we wanted to have like an early lunch or late lunch, we could go today at some point.
I know.
Isn't it called brunch or something when it's in between?
Is it? How that sounds like a good word.
Where did Samir end up going?
Back to bed.
Did he just walk back to the accommodation?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Maybe he's
So,
just
I mean,
resting her head on Neva's shoulder and it's like
If you
lightly
want-
snoring.
looking at your sister there, I think perhaps we should maybe, rather than brunch, do what would it be, dinner or
No, I think
dunch.
brunch would be good for her, wouldn't it, Maisie?
Well, if you're going to, George, should we go back and see if Samir's back in the room, see if he wants to come along,
Sure.
and maybe I suppose
Gail.
Gail isn't with us.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
it'd be nice to go get Gail.
Yeah, she wants to come along again. Why not?
She's so forgettable that we all forgot to ask her if she was coming.
So what do we think? Should we do that then? Should we go back, see if we can find Samir and Gail, and maybe go and have a... I fancy one of those pies. They're a bit big though. I don't think do a smaller one.
No, that would be great. Would you guys, would you, I'm sorry to be inconvenient, would you mind just walking like a little bit slower than we did yesterday?
Yeah, that's fine.
I struggled
You're
to
not
keep
being
up with you a little
inconvenient
bit.
at all.
No problem.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Could we do that for as long as it is convenient? Because I'm just, my legs aren't as long as you guys.
Sure.
Of course. But look, all you're going to do if we're going a bit fast is just give us a tap, give us a shout, and we'll slow down for you, no problem.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Immediately taps.
One step.
Maybe
Well, in that
in our
case-
like
In
in our
that
magic
case,
class, we'll learn to like summon like a large dog or something that I can ride, and then I won't slow you guys down.
or a small elephant, exactly.
Just scared of dog.
Well, in that case, that being the case, why don't you and why don't some of us head off? Because we're halfway towards what's it called?
Duck Neck Dreams
That-
again.
the one.
Donut Dream.
We're halfway there now. Rather than you walk all the way back to the accommodation. Oh no, we're going to go past, aren't we? It's south of here. No, I forget what I was going to say. I'm wrong. But they're just trying
I
to.
try to.
What? I
To
wouldn't-
Samir.
Yes, but when we get there, don't go up the stairs. You hang on down the bottom. And we'll go and get you.
Thank you.
So you head back to the accommodation, up the stairs. Samir, I'm sure, whilst you're asleep in bed, you hear a on your door.
Hello.
We're going to go to that Doug Nuts Dream place for a spot of brunch. Do you want to come along?
Okay.
Okay, see you downstairs. We'll wait for you at the bottom of the steps.
What about
Okay.
Gail?
I've got to go there next.
Okay.
To Gail's place.
You knock, 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 and the door opens. It's the same girl who just looks at you and goes, Gail, and then walks off.
By the way, we
immediately, just
never
leaves
said
the
hello.
door.
Okay.
Just gone, just completely ignoring you. And Gail wanders over, just like, hello, wearing just like an adorable set of like dungarees.
Hi, Gail. We're all thinking of heading over to Drug Nut Dreams again, at that place we went yesterday for a bite to eat.
Sure.
Dungarees again.
Dungarees again.
Right, well, we'll be downstairs. You want to either come down now, or we'll meet you downstairs in a couple of
You
minutes.
come down. She just shuts the door and walks with you down the stairs.
Ah, grand. How's it going there? You getting on with your roommates any better?
No, but it's fine.
No, it's a shame.
Well, you know.
Well, it's early days, hasn't it? You've only been there a couple of days. Perhaps they'll ease off it when they sort of
Maybe.
get to know you a bit better.
I don't know. It's a bit early for lunch, isn't it?
Yeah, we're having what brunch, I think it's called it.
Wonder if they have mimosas.
I don't know what the mimosa is.
It's a kind of small, multi-legged animal, I think, isn't it?
I'm
Oh,
sure
the
it's
millipede.
made
I
some,
think
if
the
not.
millipede.
Comes on a flute.
Oh, I mean,
A flute?
Champagne flute.
I also enjoy the
I
idea
don't
of
know
a
if they would have
multi-legged
that.
animal as opposed to a single-legged animal.
Well, they technically exist.
Do they?
Do they?
Yeah.
I mean, if
Animals
you chop
have
one of
leg,
them off, but like most animals have 2 legs, don't they?
Yeah, like
One of
most.
them.
I don't actually know of a single animal that's born with
Who
one
Who
said-
leg.
said, who said born? They
Well,
exist.
that's what we're implying.
Purdy
Ah,
just said
but
it.
he's- Animal born with one leg. A tree.
I mean, when you're talking about mimosas as well, Gail's like, well, I'm not old enough
Flamingos
to
are like
drink.
half
I'm not old enough to drink, so you know.
Huh?
Wait, how old are you?
There's a drinking age.
17.
That's a good
Ah.
question.
Oh,
actually.
shit.
Don't worry about it.
I don't know.
So
what the-
Maisie.
Is
I
that
don't
not
know what
okay
the-
here?
What are the rules here? I don't know.
Well, it depends on your race, obviously, but there's a drinking age. You know,
Fine,
don't-
we're
I-
all
I don't
over
think-
18.
I said she's elven, so actually she would be 86.
When should I have been starting drinking? I'm
What
20.
At least now.
race? What race are you? And don't know.
I'm a halfling.
18.
I see. Oh, then that's fine. I can drink now and
In that case,
Wait, are they
What
gonna
about-
card me?
You are tiefling?
Yeah.
Possibly. You'd need to be 18.
Hold on, I need to go grab
Fine,
something
you are
from the
18,
room.
aren't you?
I'm just gonna go grab something from the room.
yeah.
Just
What,
gonna go grab her
okay.
fake ID.
What, what about Vidalkin? Because I mean, there aren't many of us around.
I think 36.
Oh, that's a shame. Mind you, I don't drink anyway, so it really matters. I do drink. Obviously, I drink water, and
I say, surely you got a drink to survive.
yeah, exactly. I don't drink alcohol very much. No, I've had a little bit of wine occasionally at home, but
Wait, hang on. So
take
how
it or
old
leave it.
are all of we?
All of we.
Yeah.
all of me is 30.
I'm
I know-
18. Maisie's 17. Gail's 17.
No, 87.
87.
But in terms of how, like, scaling, that's
Scaling,
Yeah,
she's about
17.
17, yeah. Drinking age of
Age
9.
Age
I
scaling.
really don't understand how that. Yeah.
Well, that would
Just
make me.
unbelievable.
just mature slowly.
That would make me.
So
50.
it's a very slow maturity, basically. It's one of the reasons that elves are very wise when they get to much older, but it takes a long time for them to get to maturity. So it's
They might
it's
be
basically
like a
90
teenager for
years.
40 years.
Exactly, it's 90 years. So they have a long period of time where they are like the equivalent. Like it'd be 10
Of a
years of
child.
being 14, 10 years of being 15, kind of thing. But for them, that's their life. That's how it's expected to be. So
That's grim.
Carl
Sounds
is about 30, I think I remember him saying.
I'm
Oh my
30.
God, that means that their puberty is like.
But my lifespan's a bit
years.
longer than humans.
yes, their puberty is very long.
God,
And Samir, how old are you?
17.
You're I
Cromwell's
thought you-
20, I remember him saying that.
yeah. I thought you guys were all older than me.
No, I think you're the oldest.
Oh.
So you're like the grandpa of the group.
I have been told that I have an old soul. So
Yes, and a very good
Of
one, I'm
course you have. Of course you have.
I could be a grandpa. I don't know what that entails, but
You-
I could
sure.
do that.
I think the first step is you have to have children. In fact.
Well, I was going to say, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
none that I'm aware of. So I guess I can't be a grandpa.
Okay,
Not
I'm,
just yet, no.
I'm back
But
with
you
my
can be
ID.
the honorary grandpa.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Alright.
Do you show them your ID?
No, I just said I have my ID. Ready to go.
Fair enough. Yeah, you head down to Dugneck Dreams again. Head in, and it is a lot more empty right now. You can tell there's a few people in, maybe having a drink, but like most of the table's completely empty. You see the same person behind the bar as before. Big muscles, sort of swept back, black hair,
Hello.
and a few other people obviously around, but he seems to be the main one. He's walking. He's hello, just, wiping down the surface. As he was
Do we
sitting
need
there.
to talk to you first, or just go and sit at a table as you work?
Find a table wherever you'd like to sit?
And do we all come up and order at the bar, or do you come to us?
We'll come to you.
Oh, that's great.
Is water for the table free, or is that a cost?
You can have water for the table for free.
Could we have some of that while we're deciding, please, if that's not too much trouble?
That is fine.
Thank you.
Heads round to the back.
Cromwell, how much money do you actually have, if you don't mind me asking?
I was just gonna have some water. I was just gonna have a
We're
big
getting
lunch
your food.
when we got back.
We're getting your food. Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
it's okay,
you'll leave
okay.
with us. Don't worry about it.
No, I'm all right. I only have a little stomach.
Look, we don't take no for an answer, so you can keep saying no, but we'll still buy you something.
Well, that's very kind of you. Thank you.
That's generous. I'm okay. I think I got a.
It's got so aggressive, but
How are you feeling today, Samir? You had a headache or something yesterday, no? I totally forgot to ask. Sorry.
no, I'm fine.
Good.
Oh, that's
I'm glad you're feeling better.
That's good.
You all sit down around a circular table, and some water is brought out. And as you order your food, which I'm sure is some like big white pot pies or some smaller ones, and some various other bits and bobs, which whoever ends up paying for it would only be
Has the recipe been updated?
like 5 gold for all of you. The recipe's probably
Neither would pay for
exactly
that.
the same as it would be. Fine. Then you pay for the 5 gold cost of it all with some drinks and such. I was going to say we end, but just before we do, is Maisie ordering alcohol?
Oh, absolutely. Get a mimosa.
So he comes over and he's taking the drinks, and when you say mimosa, he's like, gonna need to see some ID on that.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
And you show it over, he just looks at it, looks at you, and seems to be very like, oh yeah, that's fine, and just hands it back and goes off to get your drink.
Neither would order some alcohol as well. And if she doesn't get ID, she'd be really
you would also get ID'd, yes.
Okay, that's fine, because she'd be
But the
really
question is-
pissed off.
The question is, does Neva have her ID on her?
She always has her ID on her.
Yeah,
Come
I was
on,
gonna say.
she's
But
organised.
with
Yeah,
the
yeah.
ID check of Maisie, everybody just roll a perception check on that one, just for funsies.
Who? Everybody.
Everybody. Well, I mean, except for
Everybody in the
Maisie.
entire tavern.
Everybody, including me.
Natural one.
4.
Dirty 20.
So 3 of you just like, whatever. Neither because you're closer. It's something you'd be aware of before, and you don't know how. But like the fake ID is somebody else's ID. Like it does not say Maisie's name on it. But like the picture just doesn't really look like Maisie. Like it's close. It's a tiefling, But like you just look at it and you're like, every time it happens, you're like, how do you get away with it? Like it just doesn't look right. But somehow it's just every time basically just passes with no question.
I don't know how you do it.
A natural charm.
Charm, what you calling it now?
For now. Today.
Should we all have? I don't know if everyone has one of those things. Should we all have like an identity card?
I mean, if you're of a certain age, you kind of need it to get drinks
Of a
and stuff.
certain age. How old are you?
Well, I'm only 18, but like, I'm legal to drink, unlike some other people. So I need it to prove that.
I've never really let that.
Anyway, as you mash into your food and have some lovely drinks and
Nice.
spend the brunch, we'll end up the episode.
Is that the time already?
It is the time
Yeah.
already, I know.
Either way.
So much more to do, but nothing to rush. Which I think it's been wonderful.
It has.
I've loved it.
Thanks, Alex.
Oh, the characters. Yay!
I
There you
have so many things ticking away in my brain.
Oh, I'm sure you all did. I'm sure you all did.
I once again, I don't know, gobsmacked, impressed, horrified by just how well Joe is able to create characters that annoy me so much.
Poor little
If it helps,
Cromwell.
it's not on purpose.
Oh my god.
Poor little Cromwell.
He's
I
great.
think that's pretty
Cromwell.
wonderful.
I like.
I
He's
love
just a-
Cromwell.
He's just a little sweet boy.
Yeah.
He's
Just a little
he's just-
sweet.
He's got no money and is very apologetic.
I got.
I
next to
love
memory.
Gale as well. Like Gale's kind of become a thing that.
Oh yeah.
I'm really enjoying your accent, Eddie.
Yes.
I'm enjoying how much it wanders all over the place.
Well, yes.
No, I think it's been pretty good.
It's
I got
only
into
day
it
one.
eventually.
Yeah.
It just took a while.
We'll all find
We
Thing
out.
had
is,
a-
I
we had
didn't
a
know
little-
what kind of accent we were doing until this week.
Also impressive that Purdy and Greg's characters are from the same family and our brothers but have completely different.
Well, exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but-
I wouldn't say completely
Give it-
different.
Give it to
I'm
Greg,
doing
who's
my
trying to do an
best.
English accent.
I know you're doing your best. I appreciate that.
And then we have Gale, who's just
I love Gale.
Gale is Gale.
Yes. I don't trust Gale because it's all going to go horribly wrong at some point, but I like Gale.
Oh no, I trust Gale. I think we
I'm
should swap
half,
Gale for Samir because Samir would like to be in that room.
I'm half expecting Alex at some point to do the Ashley Johnson Gale like ad from Critical Role.
No. Alex doesn't know what that is.
no, I don't know.
You don't? Oh.
He doesn't
I don't
want.
watch a Critical Role. I want to watch.
watch.
Oh no, to be fair, I do know the one you're talking about. Yes, I don't watch enough Critical Role. I don't have time because I'm making my own bloody world.
Well, make time.
I think it was a good introduction. I'm going to be honest with you, just before we end up. And I know it would have been fairly obvious. So my campus tour, apparently half of that file lost. I don't know why I went off now, but we got to the end of the colorway quad, moving on to Raffingham Court. My file just ends, and I know I wrote it. I wrote it, and I was just like, oh, well, damn. So I just kept robbing the rest.
Uh-oh.
So there you go.
It's
Fun.
Right. I'm gonna head off because I've got many things to unpack.
Of course.
on.
We have to
We have to do
wait.
some awkward waves.
We have to do the wave.
Oh, I thought we had.
Yeah, I forgot we
No,
don't
no.
end yet.
So everyone,
Bye-bye.
some awkward waves. Bye bye. Next week we won't be playing C3. It'll be the week after.
Oh yeah.
Bye.
Bye.